Good afternoon and welcome to today's proceedings of the Senate. This is the fourth session of the 12th Parliament. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. We'll take a look at the order of business this afternoon, where there will be two petitions. One will be presented by Senator Professor Margaret Kamar. The petition is by residents of Uasin Gishu County concerning alleged irregular purchase of National Bank of Kenya building by the Uasin Gishu County Executive. The second petition will be presented by Senator Dr. Isaac Mwaura. The petition to the Senate concerns the reforms on the design and structure of the procurement framework in Kenya. And pursuant to Standing Order 48-1, the Senator for Kakamega County, Senator Cleophas Malala, will seek a statement from the ad hoc committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya concerning the role of the National Hospital Insurance Fund, NHIF, in COVID-19 testing for hotel and restaurant staff in the country. Nominated Senator Abshiro Halake will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources concerning the status of automation of land registries and general land records. The Senator for Kakamega County will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget concerning the proposed increase of excise duty on beer made from sorghum, millet and cassava. Nominated Senator Beatrice Kwamboka will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation concerning the status of Nairobi Metropolitan Area Transport Authority. Nominated Senator Beatrice Kwamboka will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education concerning the alleged rise in cases of teenage pregnancies during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Senator for Nandi County, Senator Samson Cherargei, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the status of operation at Karebe Gold Mine Company Limited in Nandi County. The Senator for Nandi County will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget concerning the disbursement of funds to county governments. The Senate Majority Leader will issue a statement on the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, 7th July 2020. Also in the order of business this afternoon is the consideration of the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2020 in the Committee of the Whole House. If you're just tuning in, the business of the Senate this afternoon is about to begin. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kenneth Makelo Lusaka, has stepped into the chambers now. I will hand you over for this live broadcast courtesy of PBU and KBC. My name is Edward Kabasa. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
What's your point of order, Senator?
I am not also having a hard copy, so I am not following the business that is being read.
Yeah, where is the order paper for today? Yes, Senator Cherargei. Yes. Give him the mic. Give Senator Cherargei the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I was requesting, because I've checked also in my the gadgets that we have here. Unfortunately, mine does not have the current order paper of the day, so I was requesting upon your directions, maybe you can request the clerk to supply us with hard copies as they try to sort out the ICT issues, because I think there is a problem. Okay. Some of us do not have a privilege of being in.
Try to refresh, we see if it will come in the meantime, we can organize.
You need to appreciate not everybody is on WhatsApp. Like Senator Maina here is not conversant with
Okay, what is
WhatsApp.
Okay, what's your point of order, Senator Zani?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would I be in order to request, because on Business Senate, that supplementary paper has been sent at hours at 14.34 on the Senate business. So we can refer to that even as we wait for the systems to come up, and we'll be able to move.
So on WhatsApp, huh? Yes, Senator Musuruve, what's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, just a suggestion, because you normally get this information way before the Senate sitting, we can also make use of our PS so that we get the hard copies. Like me, I always come with the hard copy into the chamber. Thank you.
Okay, they are working on that. Senator Maina.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to raise on a point of order. First of all, everybody is conservant and literate in IT in this house. But Mr. Speaker, right from the beginning, you remember me saying WhatsApp cannot be used as an official line of communication. And the Senate is relegating itself to some levels in the society where we don't command the honor the respect. You cannot say that the order paper should be put in the WhatsApp for everybody to be reading, and you think that is a sufficient way. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, if the thing cannot be displayed on the pad we have, let us have the hard copies.
I appreciate what you're saying, but you know, this is just once. Huh? But we must also appreciate that we are moving, we are now in a technological era. We must be able to catch up with the technology. But they are working on the list. Yeah. So I want to encourage the Deputy Speaker, you know, you have a petition, so that read the order, clerk.
Order number 4, petitions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a petition to the Senate concerning an alleged irregular purchase of the National Bank building in Eldoret by the Uasin Gishu County Executive. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order number 232A, I hereby present to the Senate a petition by residents of Uasin Gishu County concerning the purchase of the National Bank building, NBK, by Uasin Gishu County Executive. Mr. Speaker, sir, the silent issues raised in the petition are as follows. A, that Article 227 of the Constitution on procurement of public goods and services, providing for a fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective system and means of procurement, was not adhered to, and therefore, proper sourcing of the NPK building for purchase and use by the county executive was not undertaken. B, that on the 19th October 2018, the county government, in carrying out its due diligence, valued the building at 568 million, with a breakdown of 450 million being the purchase cost and another 118 million for improvements. C, Mr. Speaker, is that the negotiating team appointed by the Acting Chief Officer of Lands and Housing settled on 570 million as the purchase price of the building without clear reasons for the increase in the price from that of the valuation of the county government at 568 million. D, that public participation is a requirement by the Constitution, yet no such meetings were held to consult the residents of Uasin Gishu County concerning the purchase of the NPK building. E, that the building is in a poor state of repair and that no worthy reason has been given as to why other county properties have been overlooked for the same use intended for the NBK building, and that renovations and development or conversion of these other properties offer better value for money, and that such options ought to have been pursued. F, Mr. Speaker, that given the alternatives available to the county government for office space, it is clear that the feasibility study was not carried out, and further, that there is no evidence of competitive sourcing or bidding, which would have involved a bid for purchase of the county government, a purchase by the county government, but instead there was only a single officer which cast doubts concerning how the offer was arrived at. G, that no evidence has been given in the evaluation report on the disposal of the building and the sale agreement between the two parties. H, that the petitioners have made efforts to have the matter addressed by relevant authorities, all of which have failed to give a satisfactory response, and that none of the issues raised are pending before a court of law, constitution, or other legal bodies. Mr. Speaker, sir, the petitioners therefore pray that the Senate intervenes and undertakes an investigation into the matter with a view to ensure that other available options for office space by the county government of Uasin Gishu are explored before finalizing the purchase of the NBK building, and that requirements of the Constitution and the Public Procurement Act are adhered to with respect to a fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective bidding process. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 231, I shall now allow comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to the petition for not more than 30 minutes. Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support the petition by the Deputy Speaker. But while I support the petition, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think it's about time that we try to ensure that either we pass the public participation bill, which I think we did, and we set up certain regulations on what really defines what public participation is. Because what worries me is that very often you'll hear that people will complain that there's no public participation. But if public participation is held and people give their views which are contrary to what is already defined, nothing is really done after that. It is just noted that so-and-so appeared and said the following things. So I think for us to be able to really make use and define the word public participation, I think it behooves us as this House to be able to either grade or put a system whereby when the citizens of this country appear for public participation, it is graded as to the percentage of those who approved the process and those who disapproved the process. So I would like to request that the committee that you will commit this petition to try and really think beyond the norms of just interrogating the facts or the merits and demerits of the petition, but try to advise this House on how we can be able to have a recourse clause in terms of the petition and the views of Kenyans. I support.
Senator Cherargei. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to support this petition. As a neighbor senator, I've been following that issue keenly since it erupted a few months ago. I have also had a privilege of knowing Eldoret town as a neighboring town to my county. I know where the building is. And since the members of County Assembly of Uasin Gishu have been investigating this matter and probing whether the value of money in acquisition of that national building that needs to be acquired, because the Uasin Gishu County government are saying that they need an office space. And this issue has been very emotive. And the County Assembly have raised a lot of issues, and I'm happy their Senator Professor Margaret Kamara has brought to the Senate. And I hope the responsible committee, which will be put in place in the next couple of hours or days, will be able to probe the matter. The gist of the matter, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to mention is that this is a warning shot to many county governments who go on a spree of purchasing because of the intentions not yet known. Under Article 10 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, on the principles of good governance and national values, one of the key and the important cornerstone of this Constitution, Mr. Speaker, is the public participation or participation of the people in the process in governance issues. The sad part in this issue has been that the public or the people of Uasin Gishu were never involved with the information that I have. And therefore, I hope the concerned line committee, Mr. Speaker, that you'll direct to, will be able to establish and tell this House that the intention of the Uasin Gishu County Executive in wanting to purchase national building within Nairobi, within Eldoret CPD, had an intention of, proper intention of trying to create an office space, or they just wanted to buy something or an asset that did not give value for the people of Uasin Gishu County. So I think governors also should be careful, or the county executives, when they want to purchase anything on behalf of the people. Let us always involve the people in the decision making. Let us look at these issues properly so that we don't lose more money. Because one funny thing about that issue, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, is that the price of purchase and the price of repair were almost equal, which is shocking, because why should you acquire a building that the building that, what can I say, the building that you will need to come and use a lot of money to repair? Or why would you acquire a building that it does not give economic justifiability or any other viability for the people? And I think that matter in Uasin Gishu County, my neighboring county, is a very emotive issue, and I hope the House will be able to listen to, and be able to listen to the side of the Uasin Gishu County Assembly and the side of the Uasin Gishu County Executive, so that we can use this, and I want to thank Professor Kamar, so that we can use this as a yardstick for future endeavors by other county governments who want to purchase, either to buy assets on behalf of the counties or to undertake any venture that will give to the issues of this. So I'm looking forward to this matter when it comes to any committee that will be directed to Mr. Speaker, so that the people of Uasin Gishu County can rest easy and know that when this issue of wanting to purchase a building in expansion of office space within the county executive of Uasin Gishu, they did meet the standards that are required within the procurement laws. Was there any process that was followed? Was there proper within the law? And I think those are some of the issues that we are looking forward to. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Msuruve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on this issue. And Uasin Gishu is also in a neighboring county. I'm from Kakamega County. And in fact, before I go to my home, I pass through Eldoret and I see the National Bank. And I want to thank Senator Professor Kamar for coming up with this statement, this petition. And Honorable Speaker, in this House, we actually approve that money goes to the counties for the purpose of ensuring that money is used prudently in the county and ensuring that there's service delivery to the common man. And it is really, perturbing that county executives can just arrogate, power to themselves and decide to come up with even buildings that they have not done public participation on. And there is also need to ensure that even the county executives should know that when money is in the counties, taken to the counties, they must have a development plan for the year. And in the development plan of Uasin Gishu, was this the building also in the development plan? And if it was in the development plan, how much was allocated for this building? Because if it was not in the development plan, then it ought not to have been purchased. And even if it was in the development plan, it is very clear that there has to be public participation. You engage people even at the grassroots for the people to really see and decide whether they're going to accept the project. And is the project going to bring returns to the people, or is it going to be, is it going to ruin people's pockets economically, because from this project, a lot of money was used in purchasing. And then also a lot of money is supposed to be used in repairing the project. So there's no need of buying a dilapidated building in order to bring more suffering to people of Uasin Gishu. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, before this House, Professor Kamar has brought out an issue that is very important. That the people of Uasin Gishu try to pursue this issue. They try to reach out to the authorities that ignored them. And in a process when people on the ground are ignored, that is when we come in as a Senate, because we represent the counties and the interests of the counties. We represent Wananchi, and Wananchi should know out there, if people do not listen to them, if executives do not listen to them, let them come to the Senate. We are ready to listen to them and sort out the issue so that there is service delivery to Wananchi. And that is why we are paid, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Wetangula.
I support.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to join the Deputy Speaker in supporting the petition. Mr. Speaker, in the Committee of Finance of this House, for 2 years we have been grappling with the issue of how to guide counties in acquisition of properties and construction of structures that they require. We have had situations, Mr. Speaker, where, for example, the former governor of Wajir was able to build a very beautiful headquarters at 240 million, and we have other counties that are unable to finish their headquarters at a cost of 700 million within the same jurisdiction. This issue of the purchase of National Bank building, Mr. Speaker, to begin with, that building, which even you yourself knows, is very old. It's derelict. It has been unkempt. And it's an outrage to hear that you buy a building and spend an equal sum of money to renovate it. Money that probably would have been used even to construct a better building. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, Eldoret, now waiting to become a city, I understand, was the headquarters of Wareng County Council with the massive property that they own. They don't need to buy a derelict National Bank building to have offices. They have a lot of property. We all know this. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, under the Public Finance Management Act, probity in the management of public resources is not an option. Public participation under our new constitution is not an option. Were the people of Uasin Gishu asked to accept or to comment on the need to purchase this old derelict building as opposed to putting their resources to other more people-oriented activities, including but not limited to supporting farmers, schools, hospitals, and other more important issues. So the committee that will look at this, Mr. Speaker, should also reflect on the need for this House, like Senator Olekina has said, to quickly finish up with the issue of public participation and engrave it in law to guide counties. I've seen, Mr. Speaker, in my own county, there is a group of people set up in every center as public participants. So whenever there is an issue of public participation, they're just taken to a room, paid an allowance, and the minutes recorded that public participation has taken place. And I'm sure this is happening in many other counties. It's not just my county. We need to set a threshold on who is a public participant, what is expected of public participation, what is the format of public participation outcome and approval of any required purchase or activity, so that money is put to good use. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the way we are going, the biggest threat now to devolution are governors because of misuse of public resources. You know our case, Mr. Speaker, of a 1,000 shilling jerrycan costing 10,000. and it's business as usual. And nobody talks about it. And when Wananchi raised the issue, the governor has the audacity to spend even more public resources to engineer collection of signatures, ostensibly to dissolve the county government, because he has been asked on how he has spent public resources. This outrageous behavior, Mr. Speaker, this House must rein in these rogue governors so that public resources go to where they're meant, public resources are used properly for the benefit of the people. I support the petition.
Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr.
Thank you, Speaker. I support the petition, but there's a mischief in what Uasin Gishu County is doing, and I think I should bring it to their attention. This Senate has approved the cost of county headquarters to roughly around 580 million shillings, maximum. So what Uasin Gishu County has done is very cleverly, but not too clever, purchased a building for 568 or 570. Mr. Speaker, but the catch is not the purchase. The catch would be the money they are going to spend doing red carpets and expensive leather seats and air conditioning, massage parlors, and possibly saunas for the governor. That's where the catch is. And it's a clever way of avoiding the resolution of the Senate in terms of the cost of construction. And the Committee of Finance has done this. Mr. Speaker, you recall, just the other day, several counties petitioned the Senate to lift the ceiling on the construction cost of this building. Senator Wetangula is right. At 500 million or less, I still believe we can do less. With approximately 350,000, you can have a magnificent building. Or less. Million or less. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think although I will not direct you, I think this should be taken to the Committee of Finance, where a resolution has already been made. And Mr. Speaker, we can get to the bottom of this. Governor Chepkwony got into trouble for just doing something of this sort. If a county can purchase a building at 568 million and not involve the public, it is possibly a ramshackled building. Mr. Speaker, it begs the question as to whether, in fact, in terms of priorities, because MTRH, when we went to Eldoret, is in dire straits. It has no equipment. I remember. Even on the question as to whether this was a priority, at the time when we are having COVID, is a question I think that the Senate ought to investigate. And this is a simple matter, and I think the Committee of Finance can bring a report very quickly about this issue. Thank you, Speaker. I support.
Senator Zani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the fact that this petition has now come to Senate properly contextualizes its investigation. And as one of the senators said, probably if it goes to the Committee of Finance and Budget, which over time has also had the issue of dealing with such matters and just looking at the patterns, because I know ceilings have been put over time. And the reasons that these ceilings were put was to control and ensure propriety of using cash, especially in the counties, even though counties now are cleverly trying to go around it. So I think once it is properly contextualized in the committee that the Speaker will assign, then at least the irregularity can be talked and discussed. I'm happy it's going to be done in public, and therefore not only will we be looking at Uasin Gishu as a county, but probably also other counties will be able to follow this and gives the message to the other counties that whatever you're doing can actually be seen and be looked at the Senate level. Of course, it has caused a lot of disruption, I'm sure, for those who are already in the National Bank and those who are to leave. And that sort of disruption, I think, is what has caused anxiety among the people of Uasin Gishu. The provisions for public participation are very clear in the Constitution across various articles, including 118, which is specific to the legislation. And I think the fact that the public participation bill, it not being in place, does not necessarily mean that the tenets of this particular constitutional provision should not be put into place. Yes, it is true that in many counties they have turned public participation into a static thing, but it would avoid many of these problems that we see over and over again. So I support this petition, not only that it will solve the issues at Uasin Gishu for Uasin Gishu County, but I think this can be replicated as well, even to the other counties. And I think it'll send a very strong message from the Senate about the oversight it's doing, especially in the expenditure of monies in the counties. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kirinyaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I start to support this petition. Mr. Speaker, when a county starts to say they want to spend over 500 million to purchase a building, one would ask, have they already fulfilled all the other more priority obligations? For example, the dispensaries in this particular place, are they already running properly with the drugs, with the proper technicians, even if not doctors? And I dare say no. Mr. Speaker, the easiest way to save on money is through buildings. That's why anywhere you go in this republic with the counties, you will hear we have prioritized building roads. We have prioritized doing this and this building. Mr. Speaker, and it's becoming actually the conduit of failure, of devolution. And Mr. Speaker, I think this committee, when it goes down into looking this matter, it needs to go further and look at the county's budget and they ask themselves how much has been spent on education, how much has been spent on farming, how much has been spent on health, before you come even to thinking of buying a building. We know elections are coming nearby, and this is the time to look for extra money for that purpose. And that's why this kind of projects and the others will come up. Let me say, 500 million shillings is not pocket money. It's $500 million shillings. And, Mr. Speaker, we have been hearing these big monies in this country. $1 billion shilling is so much money. If you put it in this building, in this chamber, and every morning you take 10,000 and you spend, you'll take 267 years to finish $1 billion. Therefore, $500 million, 500 million, you'll take maybe 300, close to 130 years to finish that money. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the money we are talking is colossal sum of money, which could do a lot, Mr. Speaker. Now, when the committee goes into looking into this matter, I think, Mr. Speaker, they need to go deeper. This public participation is a fallacy. You know, in every county, and you just go and call a few people that you know, they are like-minded. Some of them don't even care. And you call them, take some paper, and they sign, they have agreed. Within the project, their concern is per diem. In fact, you wonder how this public participation is done. And at this juncture, I want to say from the beginning, this Senate needs actually to be given proper facilitation for oversight. We were told from the beginning there was some 2 billion that was to be given to this, instead of just coming with a petition, setting committees. Every senator here should be having a proper office where he can employ proper personnel who can be following these things so that we are fed with the reports. Now, we have become now, we are only here to pass budgets, and I dare say, morally some of us feel very great weight on our hearts. When you are passing big money here, when you know you're only passing it for somebody to go and buy another bigger car, to go and maybe have another wife, and maybe to open an account abroad. That is the truth. We have been reading these things all over. I mean, you hear somebody has put 2 billion for his children abroad, and nothing is done, Mr. Speaker. This house was supposed to be the house that is oversighting that and taking action before these things happen, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say some of us have very heavy hearts because when you go loud in this country, you witness plunder. We witness plunder in our own counties. Let me tell you, the other day in my county, a toilet was built with 3 million shillings. I bet it at Rini for a ceremony. Now, it was, some iron sheets allowed. A temporary toilet for some funeral, 3 million shillings. And a big board was put with pictures that county government project with a picture of the governor and the MCA there, and it's an insult to the people. People put it down. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, these are the kind of things that we are seeing. The buildings we are being told, 500 million, you would build the best house, the best palace you can. You don't need 500 million even to build a chamber. You could build a chamber with 150 million shillings, and that chamber will service. Eldoret County government has been there from time immemorial. There were old men. There were old men who were more honorable before, who used to make good decisions, and they were doing it in some chamber. What is this thing that has come? That people wanted to buy another bigger building, another bigger building. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I support the petition. I want the committee that will come up to go deeper. And they actually, feeling the pain that Wananchi are feeling in this country. Wajiko is feeling the pain. We have just finished about the health. We know what the health is talking about. Equipment all over lying idle, and many other things. Now, it is the time of COVID. Is this really the time to start buying a building over 500 million, or even to start thinking, feeding some people who cannot feed themselves in our situation today, because their livelihood has been cut short. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support the petition, but let's look bigger, let's look further, and Mr. Speaker, let's revisit the issue of oversight money for this chamber. Thank you.
In the interest of time, I'll give only Professor Ongeri, who had requested, then we move on. Use your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also weigh in on this petition brought in by Senator Margaret Kamal on behalf of the people who was in issue. One of the recurring events in public accounts is the issue of assets. Whether the issue of assets relates to the defunct local authorities and how they have been handed over and how they have been acquired and how they have been held, or the new acquisition of assets for any government, including the county governments, has been a very thorny issue. It's an area where there is a lot of misuse of resources for very dubious elements that appear. And when you see the word assets appearing, immediately after the assets, you have liabilities. Here's a situation where the executive was in issue has ostensibly created an asset, and immediately the comma after that is a liability, because the hidden cost of repairing that asset is way beyond even the cost price of the amount that they pretend to have spent in acquiring these assets. And my understanding of acquiring assets is that it must be materially useful and materially add value to the functions of the county government, create a synergy for creating more development avenues for the county government to thrive and flourish, because the resources that are being allocated and appropriated to these county governments are meant to be able to, apart from the wage bill and the human expenses, they are also meant to be able to create development momentum so that these counties can expand and be able to serve people at various sub-county levels. What we are beginning to see is a hole being created where resources are being sunk, and when you look at the development expenditure, they are not even spending the required, according to the PFM Act, the required 35% of the resources going to 30% going to development. So we have seen this element as one big loophole where the money are being sunk. And I'm saying this with a lot of authority because every single time we've seen governors appear before the Public Accounts Committee, one of the issues that comes up is the assets and where they are. First of all, they don't even have the register of these assets. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there is a question of governance structures. How on earth can a county executive spend 500 million Kenya shillings without even telling the taxpayer that this is how your money ought to be spent, so that it is materially beneficial to the citizenry of Uasin Gishu County? I would rather accept a situation where if they went through the Public Accounts Committee, when they went through the public participation and they were given a green line, then you will say that the public did see and they understood what they were going in for. You can give them a leeway. But here, at the exclusion, total exclusion of the public, they went ahead and acquired these events. It will be interesting for us, as the petition continues, we shall also look at the other side of it, on how they want to handle this particular investment in the assets in their books of account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the petition.
Okay, Senator Kabaka, keep it brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. I've heard all the senators raise the concern about the county's misappropriation of public funds. And it's a worrying trend throughout this Senate that we've received similar issues pertaining to construction, even the construction of building, putting up new ones. These women known as the Kenyan taxpayer is tired, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is not just enough for matters like this to be brought very well by the senators, concerned senators from the counties, and only rest at the committee level. That is not fair. I think we should come up with a law where we should stop counties from putting up any structures unless it is extremely necessary. Because more often than not, Mr. Speaker, sir, you've seen and even heard at this time of COVID-19, a big shame to the counties. None of the counties have put up an ICU, unit. But they are very fast putting up magnificent buildings in the counties. I think it goes without saying. This is where they are minting money. Like the senator of Nyeri has said, they use that money to do their own prolifics. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think, therefore, it's high time that we get directions from the chair that we amend the relevant provision of the law, that any time the counties want to budget for construction of certain building, they must move this Senate beyond reasonable doubt that there is a need to put up a building. Otherwise, this will be a whimsical, musical chair in this house. It will go on and go on Another Senate will come and will be the same story. And to be very sad, some of us who are eyeing to become senators in our counties, having learned the theatrics of the weakness of the Senate, therefore to be very easy to have very dangerous governors next time. Because governors are doing things, evil things, but when they are brought around, they are sanitized. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Cherargei, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, it was on a point of order. I was worried. He was saying that there are senators who have learned the weakness of the Senate. They will come and run to become senators. Later, he clarified that it is governors. Okay.
Okay. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 2321, the petition should be committed to the relevant standing committee for its consideration. In this case, I direct that the petition be committed to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. In terms of Standing Order 2322, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer to respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. I thank you. Next order. Senator Farhia, I can see. What's your point of intervention?
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to inform people regarding the former petition that this Committee of Finance had passed limits. You know, I remember 500,000 for, so that is what I wanted to say.
What's your point of order, Senator Wetangula?
Mr. Speaker, I presume the distinguished lady senator is addressing senators in this house. There are no people in this house. We only have senators in this house. Is she in order to make reference to distinguished senators as people?
Can you correct that, Senator Faria? What's your point of order, Senator Ochila Yako? There's another point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the tremendous respect to Senator Faria, who is my good friend, he is trying to inform the House of a matter that you have referred to a committee already. Would I be in order to ask Mr. Speaker to do the needful, because the matter is already before another committee? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, actually, I've already referred the matter to a committee. So I thought you were raising something else. It's on that matter, then you're out of order. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Leader of majority.
Yes, Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motions. 1, approval of Senator Isaac Maigwa Mwaura, CBS MP, to serve in the Speaker's panel and preside over the Senate in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion on that pursuant to Standing Order 17, the Senate approves the nomination of Senator Isaac Maigwa Mwaura, CBS MP, as a member of the Speaker's panel to take up the vacancy occasioned by the election of Senator Margaret Kamar, EGH MP, to the office of the Deputy Speaker, and further elects Senator Isaac Maigwa Mwaura, MP, to preside over the Senate in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, pursuant to Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution and Standing Order 15 of the Senate. 2, Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on 13th February 2020 on the approval of senators to serve in the Senate Business Committee and pursuant to the Standing Orders 184 and 189, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who pursuant to Standing Order 184.1 shall be the chairperson of the committee, the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip. 1, Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS MP. 2, Senator Cleophas Malala, MP. 3, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka, MP. 4, Senator Johnson Sakaja, CBS MP. And 5, Senator Gideon Moy, CBS MP. the Committee on the Committee on County. Yes, some. The Speaker, I think that is this the other way. I think we have a missing. No, sorry, the other way, the other side, Speaker. Senator Charles Kibiro, MP. No, I think this is wrong, Speaker. I don't think I have my page 541. 500. Yeah. Where's the? Okay. Speaker, let me get back to that. That senators approval of senators. That's right. That's right. I had read, Mr. Speaker, up to Senator Gideon Moi, MP, and then now I'll check the other side. It's Senator Charles Kibiro, MP, Senator Ledama Olekina, MP. Speaker, I beg to also give notice of the following motion: approval of senators to serve in Committee of Powers and Privileges. That notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on 14th February 2018 on the approval of senators to serve in the Committee of Powers and Privileges, and pursuant to Section 15(1)(b)(2) of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, and Standing Order 189, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Committee of Powers and Privileges, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who pursuant to Section 15(1)(b)(1) of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act shall be the chairperson of the committee. 1, Senator Dr. Alice Milgo, MP. 2, Senator Kimani Momatangi, MP. 3, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, MP. 4, Senator Victor Prengei, MP. 5, Senator Rose Nyamunga, MP. And 6, Senator Sylvia Kasanga, MP. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on 14th February 2018 on the approval of senators to serve in the Procedures and Rules Committee, and pursuant to the standing orders numbers 185(1)(d) and 189, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Procedure and Rules Committee, in addition to senators specified in the standing order 185(2)(a), (b), and (c). 1, Senator Farhia Haji, MP, CPA Farhia Haji, MP. 2, Senator Beth Mugo, EGH, MP. And 3, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS, MP. And Speaker, give notice of the following motion: that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on 28th April 2020 on the approval of senators to serve in the sessional committees, and pursuant to standing orders, orders number 89, 219, 2020, 189, 219, 2020, and 2021, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to the Senate Business Committee to serve in the sessional committees of the Senate as follows: A, Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments. 1, Senator Engineer Hargura Godana, MP. 2, Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS, MP. 3, Senator Samson Cherarke, MP. 4, Senator Irungu Kangata, MP. 5, Senator Charles Kibiro, MP. 6, Senator Professor Samson Ongeri, MP. I think, okay. 7, Senator Dr. Chila Yako, MP. 8, Senator Ledama Olekina, MP. 9, Senator Jones Mwaruma, MP. B, Committee on Delegated Legislation. Senator Anwar Lloyd Tip-Tip, MP, 1. 2, Senator Samuel Pogisho, EGH, MP. 3, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito, MP. 4, Senator Mary Seneta, MP. 5, Senator Abshiro Halake, MP. 6, Senator Mohamed Faki, MP. 7, Senator Boniface Kabaka, MP. 8, Senator Judith Pareno, MP. and 9, Senator Professor Imana Malakai Ekal, MP. Speaker, I give notice of the following motion that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on the 14th December 2017, 14th February 2018, 21st February 2018, 21st November 2018, 20th March 2019, 19th June 2019, and 28th April 2020, on the approval of the senators to serve in various standing committees of the Senate, and pursuant to the standing orders 189, 218, and the second schedule to the standing orders, the Senate approves the following senators nominated by Senate Business Committee to serve in the standing committees of the Senate as follows. A, Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, and Fisheries. 1, Senator Njeru Ndwiga, EGH MP. 2, Senator Canon Naomi Wako, MP. 3, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH MP. 4, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito, MP. 5, Senator Engineer Ephraim Minor, MP. 6, Senator Enoch Wambua, MP. 7, Senator Stewart Madzayo, MP. 8, Senator Issa Jumaboy, MP. And 9, Senator Boniface Kabaka, MP. B, Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. 1, Senator Anwar Lloyd Tip, MP. 2, Senator Victor Pringay, MP. 3, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH MP. 4, Senator Isaac Mwaura, CBS MP. 5, Senator Aaron Cheruyot, MP. 6, Senator Moses Kajwang, MP. 7, Senator Cleophas Malala, MP. 8, Senator Rose Nyamunga, MP. 9, Senator Boniface Kabaka, MP. C, Committee on Education. 1, Senator Dr. Alice Milgo, MP. 2, Senator Professor Kidura Kindiki, EGH MP. 3, Senator Falhada Deko, MP. 4, Senator Mary Seneta, MP. 5, Senator Mwangi Githiombi, MP. 6, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musurube in Nima, MP. 7, Senator Fred Outa, MP. 8, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS MP. And 9, Senator Professor Imana Malakai Ekal, MP. D, Committee on Energy. 1, Senator Engineer Ephraim Minor, MP. 2, Senator Victor Pringay, MP. 3, Senator Abshiro Halake, MP. 4, Senator John Derito Kinywa, MP. 5, Senator Dr. Christopher Andrew Langat, MP. 6, Senator Professor Imana Malake Ekal, MP. 7, Senator Ledama Olekina, MP. 8, Senator Cleophas Malala, MP. 9, Senator Petronila Were Locorio, MP. E, Senate Committee on Finance and Budget. 1, Senator Charles Kibiro, MP. 2, Senator Kimani Wamatangi, MP. 3, Senator Aaron Cheruyot, MP. 4, Senator CPF Arhias Haji, MP. 5, Senator Millicent Omanga, MP. 6, Senator Dr. Ochilo Ayako, MP. And 7, Senator Moses Masika Wetangula, EGH, MP. 8, Senator Mutula Kilonso Jr., MP. 9, Senator Rose Nyamunga, MP. F, Committee on Health. 1, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito, MP. 2, Senator Mary Seneta, MP. 3, Senator Mugo, Beth Mugo, EGH, MP. 4, Senator Dr. Abdullahi Ali Ibrahim, MP. 5, Senator Millicent Omanga, MP. 6, Senator Fred Outa, MP. 7, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka, MP. 8, Senator Professor Samson Ongeri, EGH, MP. 9, Senator Ledama Olekina, MP. G, Committee on Information, Communication, and Technology. 1, Senator Gideon Moy, CBS MP. 2, Senator Abshiro Ahlaki, MP. 3, Senator John Derito Kinywa, MP. 3, Senator Anwar Lloyd Tip, MP. 4, that is 4, sorry. 5, Senator Susan Kiika, MP. 6, Senator Enoch Wambua, MP. 7, Senator Petronila Were Locorio, MP. 8, Senator Issa Jumaboy, MP. 9, Senator Mercy Chebeni, MP. H, Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights. 1, Senator Canon Naomi Jilo Wako, MP. 2, Senator Fatuma Dulo, MP. 3, Senator Irungu Kangata, MP. 4, Senator Mohammed Yusuf Haji, EGH MP. 5, Senator Johnson Sakaja, CBS MP. 6, Senator Eric Okongo Omogenis, SC MP. 7, Senator Amos Sitchwila Wako, EGH SC, FCI ARB MP. 8, Senator Kilonzo Mutula Jr. MP. 9, Senator James Orengo, EGH SC MP. I, Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. 1, Senator Johnson Sakaja, CBS MP. 2, Senator Dr. Alice Milgo MP. 3, Senator Paul Mwangigi Thiomi MP. 4, Senator Isaac Mwaura MP. 5, Senator Susan Kika MP. 6, Senator Jones Mwaruma MP. 7, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP. 8, Senator Stuart Madzayo MP. And 9, Senator Naomi Sionga Masitsa MP. J, Committee on Land, Environment, and Natural Resources. 1, Senator Paul Mwangigi Thiomi MP. 2, Senator Philip Mpayei MP. 3, Senator Njeru Ndwiga, EGH MP. 4, Senator Gideon Moy, CBS MP. 5, Senator Dr. Lelegwe Tumbesi MP. 6, Senator George Haniri, MGH MP. 7, Senator Jones Mwaruma MP. 8, Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga MP. 9, Senator Issa Juma Boy MP. K, Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity, and Regional Integration. 1, Senator Christine Zawadi Gona MP. 2, Senator Dr. Christopher Andrew Langat MP. 3, Senator Iman Falhada Edeko MP. 4, Senator Dr. Lelegwe Tumbesi MP. 5, Senator Samson Cherarke MP. 6, Senator Naomi Shionga Masitsa MP. 7, Senator Judith Pareno MP. 8, Senator Mercy Chabeni MP. 9, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musurube Inima MP. L, Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations. 1, Senator Mohammed Haji Yusuf, EGH MP. 2, Senator Wario Golich Juma MP. 3, Senator Engineer Mohammed M. Mahamoud, CBS MP. 4, Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS MP. 5, Senator Mithika Linturi MP. 6, Senator Fred Outa MP. 7, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP. 8, Senator Judith Pareno MP. 9, Senator Moses Masika Wetangula, EGH MP. M, Committee on Tourism, Trade, and Industrialization. 1, Senator Dr. Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, CBS MP. 2, Senator CPF Arhia Aji MP. 3, Senator Philip Mpaei MP. 4, Senator Professor Githurai Kindiki, EGH MP. 5, Senator Wario Golich Juma MP. 6, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musurube Inima MP. 7, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS MP. 8, Senator Mercy Chabeni MP. And 9, Senator Mohammed Faki MP. N, Committee on Roads and Transportation. 1, Senator Kimani Wamatangi MP. 2, Senator Engineer Mohammed A. Mahamoud, CBS MP. 3, Senator Engineer Hargura Godana MP. 4, Senator Christine Zawadi Gona MP. 5, Senator Mithika Linturi MP. 6, Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga MP. 7, Senator Eric Okongo Mogeni SC MP. 8, Senator Enoch Wambua MP. And 9, Senator Moses Kajwang MP. Thank you, Speaker.
The next order.
Okay, honorable senators, for the convenience of the House, we are rearranging the order paper, and I direct the clerk to read from order number 16. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Order number 16, motion.
Leader of majority.
Speaker, sir, I beg to move the following motion. That pursuant to Standing Order 17, the Senate approves the nomination of Senator Isaac Maigwa Mwaura, CBS MP, as a member of the Speaker's panel to take up the vacancy occasioned by the election of Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, EGH MP, to the office of the Deputy Speaker, and further elects Senator Isaac Maigwa Mwaura, MP, to preside over the Senate in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, pursuant to Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution and Standing Order 15 of the Senate. The Speaker, this is a very straightforward motion, Speaker. We know that the panel requires right now Speaker replacement for the Senator for Wasin Gishu, who has become our Deputy Speaker. And Speaker, we have all congratulated her on that elevation, but the vacancy left, Speaker, is for us to have another member from the majority side to join the panel. And want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the approval for this to happen. And so I beg to move, and I'll ask the Speaker, my friend, the leader of minority Speaker, to second. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, as indicated by the mover, is a straightforward motion consequent upon a vacancy that has been explained. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
I propose the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 17, the Senate approves the nomination of Senator Isaac Maigwa Mwaura, CBS MP, as a member of the Speaker's panel to take up the vacancy occasioned by the election of Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, EGH MP, to the office of the Deputy Speaker, and further elect Senator Isaac Maigwa Mwaura MP to preside over the Senate in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, pursuant to Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution and Standing Order 15 of the Senate. I now put the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 17, the Senate approves the nomination of Senator Isaac Maigwa Mwaura, CBS MP, as a member of the Speaker's panel to take up the vacancy occasioned by the election of Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, EGH MP, to the office of the Deputy Speaker, and further elect Senator Isaac Maigwa Mwaura, MP, to preside over the Senate in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, pursuant to Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution and Standing Order 15 of the Senate. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many are of a contrary view, say nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 17, motion, approval of senators to serve in the Senate Business Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion. That notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on the 13th February 2020 on the approval of senators to serve in the Senate Business Committee, and pursuant to Standing Orders 184 and 189, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who, pursuant to Standing Order 184(1), shall be the chairperson of the committee, the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip. 1, Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS MP. 2, Senator Cleophas Malala, MP. 3,
use the mic.
Yeah, sorry, Speaker, maybe I seek your direction. Is it allowable maybe for my brother leader to just say, as per the study, as per the order paper? Yeah, is it possible? Yeah, why not?
Are you asking for my direction, then answering yourself?
I seek your direction, the majority leader, to just say as per the order paper.
Okay, sir. I think for the record, it is good to have the names on record read out, because no, you are not arguing with the Speaker. Whip. Proceed, Leader.
Speaker, I think there are many things wrong with that purported point of order, and I will not list them. So I'll have to do it this way, Speaker, because that's the way I gave the notice. And,
Proceed.
And Mr. Speaker, let me just read the names again. 1, Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS MP. 2, Senator Clevis Malala MP. 3, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP. 4, Senator Johnson Sakaja, CBS MP. 5, Senator Gideon Moy, CBS MP. 6, Senator Charles Kibiro MP. 7, Senator Ledama Olekina MP. Thank you, Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and ask the minority leader to support. Second.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Okay, honorable senators, I now propose a question, which is that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on 13th February 2020 on the approval of senators to serve in the Senate Business Committee and pursuant to Standing Orders 184 and 189, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who pursuant to Standing Orders 184.1 shall be the chairperson of the committee, the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip. Senator 1, Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS MP. 2, Senator Cleophas Malala MP. 3, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP. 4, Senator Johnson Sakaja, CBS MP. 5, Senator Gideon Moy, CBS MP. 6, Senator Charles Kibiro MP. 7, Senator Ledama Olekina MP. I now put the question, which is that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on 13th February 2020 on the approval of senators to serve in the Senate Business Committee and pursuant to Standing Orders 184 and 189, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who pursuant to Standing Order 184.1 shall be the chairperson of the committee, the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip. 1, Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS MP. 2, Senator Cleophas Malala MP. 3, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP. 4, Senator Johnson Sakaja, CBS MP. 5, Senator Gideon Moy, CBS MP. 6, Senator Charles Kibiru MP. And 7, Senator Ledama Olekina MP. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many are of a contrary view, say nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 18, motion, approval of senators to serve in the Committee of Powers and Privileges.
Yes. The Speaker, I beg to move the following motion, that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on the 14th February 2018 on the approval of senators to serve in the Committee of Powers and Privileges, and pursuant to Section 15(1)(b) 2 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act and Standing Orders 189, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Committee of Powers and Privileges, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who pursuant to Section 15(1)(b)(1 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act shall be the chairperson of the committee. 1, Dr. Alice Milgo, MP. Senator Dr. Alice Milgo, MP. 2, Senator Kimani Wamatangi, MP. 3, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, MP. 4, Senator Victor Brengay, MP. 5, Senator Rose Nyamunga, MP. 6, Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga, MP. The Speaker, again, straightforward, the motion is seeking to approve these to serve in a very important committee of powers and privileges. And so I beg to move, Speaker. Again, I ask Minority Leader to second.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second, but note that this is one of the very important committees of the House. Normally, we can go through a session without hearing about the Powers and Privileges Committee, but it's a committee which can inquire and determine whether a member has acted contrary to the powers and privileges granted under the normal parliamentary privileges. And also, as you know, under the Powers and Privileges Act, there are certain rights and privileges that we are supposed to enjoy, including the right against arrest in consequence of a civil debt, and many other privileges which normally are taken for granted. So I hope that this committee will sit down, not to wait until a member is called upon to appear before it, but look at those powers and privileges. Because, for example, as we relate to the media, as we relate to the executive, and as we relate to citizens, those powers and privileges must be protected at all times. And sometimes I think we never really take this committee seriously. I remember in the 2 previous parliaments, when an issue arose in the National Assembly, and the Powers and Privileges Committee had to deal with certain members, and inquiries was conducted. It is then that really the members of the other house came to realize the powers of this particular committee. And I hope that the members that have been nominated will live up to the occasion, not just in terms of waiting for a case to arrive or to knock at its door, but determine those powers and privileges and whether or not there are other institutions or organs which are invading those powers and privileges of Parliament. Madam Speaker, I beg to support.
Honorable Senators, I now propose the question that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on 14th February 2018 on the approval of senators to serve in the Committee of Powers and Privileges and pursuant to Section 15(1)(b)(2) of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act and Standing Order 189, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Committee of the Powers and Privileges, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who pursuant to Section 15(1)(b)(1) of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act shall be the chairperson of the committee. 1, Senator Dr. Alice Milko, MP. 2, Senator Kimani Wamatangi, MP. 3, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, MP. 4, Senator Victor Brengay, MP. 5, Senator Rose Nyamunga, MP. 6, Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga, MP. Honorable Senators, I now put a question that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on 14th February 2018 on the approval of senators to serve in the Committee of the Powers and Privileges and pursuant to Section 15(1)(b)(2) of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act and the Standing Order 189, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Committee of the Powers and Privileges, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who pursuant to Section 15(1) and 1B1 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, shall be the chairperson of the committee. 1, Senator Dr. Alice Milko, MP. 2, Senator Kimani Wamatangi, MP. 3, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH MP. 4, Senator Victor Prengay MP. 5, Senator Rose Nyamunga MP. And 6, Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga MP. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 19, motion, approval of senators to serve in the Procedure and Rules Committee.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on 14th February 2018 on the approval of senators to serve in the Procedure and Rules Committee, and pursuant to the standing orders numbers 185-1D and 189, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Procedure and Rules Committee, in addition to senators specified in Standing Order 185-2A, B, and C. 1, Senator CPF Farhia Haji MP. 2, Senator Beth Mugo, EGH MP. 3, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS MP. Speaker, this is, again, another very important committee to serve in. It's a committee that will look at our standing orders, for example, and examine what rules and procedures require to be reviewed. And from time to time, Speaker, they will give us feedback as a House on what has happened. It can be a very active committee. But since, Mr. Speaker, that it already has members of the Speaker's panel, these are additional to that. And we hope that the 3 nominated here to join the team that already is there by statute will, Speaker, complete the list for those who need to be in that committee. This is a very significant committee that we need to approve, and I'm asking that we approve. Speaker, I beg to move and ask my minority leader to second. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I beg to second.
On the approval of senators to serve in the Procedure and Rules Committee, and pursuant to Standing Orders number 185, 1D and 189, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Procedure and Rules Committee, in addition to senators specified in the Standing Order 185-2A, B, and C. 1, Senator CPA Faria Haji, MP. 2, Senator Beth Muko, EGH, MP. 3, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS, MP. Honorable Senator, seeing no contribution, I will now put the question that, notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on the 14th February 2018 on the approval of senators to serve in the Procedure and Rules Committee, and pursuant to the Standing Orders number 185, 1D and 189, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Procedure and Rules Committee, in addition to senators specified in the Standing Orders 185, 2A, B, and C. 1, Senator CPA Faria Haji, MB. 2, Senator Beth Mugo, EGH, MP. 3, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS, MP. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 20, motion, approval of senators to serve in sessional committees.
Leader of Majority.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on the 28th April 2020 on the approval of senators to serve in the session of committees, and pursuant to standing orders numbers 189, 219, 2020, and 2021, the Senate approves the following senators nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in the sessional committees of the Senate as follows. A, Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments. 1, Senator Engineer Hargura Godana, MP. 2, Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS MP. 3, Senator Samson Cherarke, MP. 4, Senator Irungu Kangata, MP. 5, Senator Charles Kibiro, MP. 6, Senator Professor Samson Ongeri, MP. 7, Senator Dr. Chila Yako, MP. 8, Senator Ledama Olekina, MP. 9, Senator Jones Mwaruma, MP. B, Committee on Delegated Legislation. 1, Senator Anwar Loitip-Tip, MP. 2, Senator Samuel Pogisho, EGH, MP. 3, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito, MP. 4, Senator Mary Seneta, MP. 5, Senator Abshiro Alaki, MP. 6, Senator Mohammed Faki, MP. 7, Senator Boniface Kabaka, MP. 8, Senator Judith Pareno, MP. 9, Senator Professor Imana Malaki Ekal, MP. Mr. Speaker, again, the two sessional committees that we have so far, Committee on County Public Accounts and Investment, very, very important, significant, and the Committee on Delegated Legislation. Speaker, these are committees that memberships are held for the session, and Mr. Speaker, we hope that the people nominated to serve in these committees will serve the House well. Very important two committees. I beg to move, Speaker. With these two committees, Speaker, we really hope that the Senate can project an image out there that we are able to handle the accounts or the audit from the counties and be able to look at auditing not as a post-mortem, but be progressive in the sense that this committee has done, and reduce the workload that has been there, Speaker. They need to work extremely hard. So I want to think, Speaker, that we can support these committees and now move and ask Minority Leader, Mr. Speaker, to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to second, but I only wish to say this, that the integrity and authority of the Senate on issue of oversight depends on the County Public Accounts and Investments Committee. This committee is central and key because it is not only performs the oversight role of the Senate over the county governments, but is an authority which derived specifically from the work of the Controller of Budget and the Auditor General. If there's any questions of integrity touching on this particular committee, then it is a bad apple amongst, in a cart of apples. It affects all of us. So I hope that in the establishment of this committee, and the people proposed to be in this committee will be conscious of the fact that there's an onerous duty placed upon them to defend and protect the integrity of the Senate. And we don't want to hear any more stories out there because, you know, governors also speak loudly about us and about our committees. And the committee they talk a lot about is this County Public Accounts and Investments Committee. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that they'll rise up to the occasion, but also keep the good work that was partly done by the previous committee of being current with the audit responsibilities that they have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, I now propose the question that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on the 28th April 2020 on the approval of senators to serve in the sessional committees and pursuant to Standing Orders number 189, 219, 220, and 221, the Senate approves the following senators nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in sessional committees of the Senate as follows. A. Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments. 1. Senator Engineer Harkura Kodana, MP. 2. Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS, MP. 3. Senator Samson Cherargei, MP. 4. Senator Irungu Kangata, MP. 5. Senator Charles Kibiru, MP. 6. Senator Professor Samson Ongeri, MP. EGH also. 7. Senator Dr. Ochila Ayako, MP. 8. Senator Ledama Olekina, MP. 9. Senator Jones Mwaruma, MP. B. Committee on Delegated Legislation. 1. Senator Anwar Ole-Tiptip, MP. 2. Senator Samuel Pokisho, EGH, MP. 3. Senator Dr. Michael Mpito, MP. 4. Senator Mary Seneta, MP. 5. Senator Afshiro Ahlake, MP. 6. Senator Mohammed Faki, MP. 7. Senator Boniface Kabaka, MP. 8. Senator Judith Pareno, MP. And 9. Senator Professor Imana Malaki Ekal, MP. Honorable Senators, may I now put the question that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on the 28th April 2020 on the approval of senators to serve in the sessional committees and pursuant to Standing Orders number 189, 219, 220, and 221, the Senate approves the following senators nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in sessional committees of the Senate as follows. A. Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments. 1. Senator Engineer Harkura Kodana, MP. 2. Senator Fatuma Dulo, CPS, MP. 3. Senator Samson Cherargei, MP. 4. Senator Irungu Kangata, MP. 5. Senator Charles Kibiru, MP. 6. Senator Professor Samson Ongeri, EGH, MP. 7. Senator Dr. Ochilo Ayako, MP. 8. Senator Ledama Olekina, MP. 9. Senator Jones Mwaruma, MP. B. Committee on Delegated Legislation. 1. Senator Anwar Ole-Tiptip, MP. 2. Senator Samuel Pokisho, EGH, MP. 3. Senator Dr. Michael Mpito, MP. 4. Senator Mary Seneta, MP. 5. Senator Bishiro Alake, MP. 6. Senator Mohammed Faki, MP. 7. Senator Boniface Kabaka, MP. And 8. Senator Judith Pareno, MP. 9. Senator Professor Imana Malaki Ekal, MP. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 21.
There is a point of order from Senator Mbogo Ochila Ayako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wouldn't want to delay this process. I heard you correct the title of Professor Ongeri as EGH for what it is worth. I'm also EGH. So let the record reflect that for what it is worth.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the clerks have taken note of that. Thank you.
Order number 21, motion, approval of senators to serve in standing committees.
Majority Leader.
Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on the 14th December 2017, 14th February 2018, 21st February 2018, 21st November 2018, 20th March 2019, 19th June 2019, and the 28th April 2020 on the approval of senators to serve in the various standing committees of the Senate, and pursuant to Standing Orders 189, 218, and the second schedule of the Standing Orders, the Senate approves the following senators to serve by the Senate Business Committee, nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in the standing committees of the Senate as follows. A, Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, and Fisheries. 1, Senator Njeru Ndwiga, EGH MP. 2, Senator Canon Naomi Wako, MP. 3, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH MP. 4, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito, MP. 5, Senator Engineer Ephraim Minor, MP. 6, Senator Enoch Wambua, MP. 7, Senator Stuart Mazayo, MP. 8, Senator Issa Jumaboy, MP. 9, Senator Boniface Kabaka, MP. B, Committee on Devolution, Intergovernmental Relations. 1, Senator Annual Lloyd Tip-Tip, MP. 2, Senator Victor Pringay, MP. 3, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, MP. 4, Senator Isaac Maura, CBS, MP. 5, Senator Aaron Cheruyot, MP. 6, Senator Moses Kajwang, MP. 7, Senator Cleophas Malala, MP. 8, Senator Rose Nyamunga, MP. 9, Senator Boniface Kabaka, MP. C, Committee on Education. 1, Senator Dr. Alice Milgo, MP. 2, Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, MP, EGH, MP. 3, Senator Falhada Deko, MP. 4, Senator Mary Seneta, MP. 5, Senator Mwangi Githiomi, MP. 6, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musurube Inima, MP. 7, Senator Fred Outa, MP. 8, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS, MP. 9, Senator Professor Iman Malaki Ekal, MP. D, Committee on Energy. 1, Senator Engineer Ephraim Minor, MP. 2, Senator Victor Prenge, MP. 3, Senator Abshiro Halaki, MP. 4, Senator John Deritu Kinywa, MP. 5, Senator Dr. Christopher Andrew Langat, MP. 6, Senator Professor Imana Malaki Ikal, MP. 7, Senator Ledama Olekina, MP. 8, Senator Cleophas Malala, MP. 9, Senator Petronila Were Lokorio, MP. E, Committee on Finance and Budget. 1, Senator Charles Kibiru, MP. 2, Senator Kimani Wamatangi, MP. 3, Senator Aaron Cheruyot, MP. 4, Senator CPF Farhia Haji, MP. 5, Senator Millicent Omanga, MP. 6, Senator Dr. Ochilo Ayako, EGH, MP. 7, Senator Moses Masika Wetangula, EGH, MP. 8, Senator Mutula Kilonso Jr., MP. 9, Senator Rose Nyamunga, MP. F, Committee on Health. Senator Dr. Michael Mbito. 1, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito, MP. 2, Senator Mary Seneta, MP. 3, Senator Beth Mugo, EGH, MP. 4, Senator Dr. Abdullahi Ali Ibrahim, MP. 5, Senator Millicent Omanga, MP. 6, Senator Fred Outa, MP. 7, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka, MP. 8, Senator Professor Samson Ongeri, EGH, MP. And 9, Senator Ledama Olekina, MP. G, Committee on Information, Communication, and Technology. 1, Senator Gideon Moy, CBS, MP. 2, Senator Abshiro Halake, MP. 3, Senator John Derito Kinywa, MP. 4, Senator Anwar Lloyd Tip-Tip, MP. 5, Senator Susan Kiika Kimani, Susan Kiika, MP. 6, Senator Enoch Wambua, MP. 7, Senator Petronila Were Lokorio, MP. 8, Senator Issa Jumaboy, MP. 9, Senator Mercy Chebeni, MP. H, the Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights. 1, Senator Canon Naomi Jilo Wako, MP. 2, Senator Fatuma Dulo, MP. 3, Senator Irungu Kangata, MP. 4, Senator Mohammed Yusuf Haji, EGH, MP. 5, Senator Johnson Sakaja, CBS, MP. 6, Senator Eric Okongo Mogeni, SC, MP. 7, Senator Amos Sitswila Wako, EGH, SC, FCI, ARB, MP. 8, Senator Kilonzo Mutula Jr., MP. 9, Senator James Orengo, EGH, SC MP. I, Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. 1, Senator Johnson Sakaja, CBS MP. 2, Senator Dr. Alice Milgo, MP. 3, Senator Paul Mwangi Gidiomi, MP. 4, Senator Isaac Maura, MP. 5, Senator Susan Kika, MP. 6, Senator Jones Moaruma, MP. 7, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka, MP. 8, Senator Stuart Mazayo, MP. 9, Senator Naomi Sionga Masitsa, MP. J, Committee on Land, Environment, and Natural Resources. 1, Senator Paul Mwagidiomi, MP. 2, Senator Philip Mpaei, MP. 3, Senator Njiru Ndwiga, EGH, MP. 4, Senator Gideon Moy, CBS, MP. 5, Senator Dr. Lelegwe Tumbesi, MP. 6, Senator George Haniri, MGH, MP. 7, Senator Jones Mwaruma, MP. 8, Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga, MP. 9, Senator Issa Juma Boy, MP. K, Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity, and Regional Integration. 1, Senator Christine Zawadi Gona, MP. 2, Senator Dr. Christopher Andrew Langat, MP. 3, Senator Iman Falhada Deko, MP. 4, Senator Dr. Leguel Tumbesi, MP. 5, Senator Samson Cherarke, MP. 6, Senator Naomi Sionga Masitsa, MP. 7, Senator Judith Pareno, MP. 8, Senator Mercy Chebeni, MP. 9, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musurube Inima, MP. L, Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations. 1, Senator Mohammed Haji Yusuf, EGH, MP. 2, Senator Wario Golich Juma, MP. 3, Senator Engineer Mohammed M. Mahmoud, CBS, MP. 4, Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS, MP. 5, Senator Midika Linturi, MP. 6, Senator Fred Outa, MP. 7, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka, MP. 8, Senator Judith Pareno, MP. 9, Senator Moses Masika Wetangula, EGH, MP. M, Committee on Tourism, Trade, and Industrialization. 1, Senator Dr. Ali Abdullah Ibrahim, CBS, MP. 2, Senator CPF Arhia, IGMP. 3, Senator Philip Mpaei, MP. 4, Senator Professor Kidure Kindiki, EGH, MP. 5, Senator Wario Golich Juma, MP. 6, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musurube Inima, MP. 7, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS, MP. 8, Senator Mercy Chebeni, MP. 9, Senator Mohammed Faki, MP. And N, Committee on Roads and Transportation. 1, Senator Kimani Wamatangi, MP. 2, Senator Engineer Mohammed M. Mahmoud, CBS, MP. 3, Senator Engineer Hargura Godana, MP. 4, Senator Christine Zawadi Gona, MP. 5, Senator Midika Linturi, MP. 6, Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga, MP. 7, Senator Eric Okongo Mogeni, SC, MP. 8, Senator Enoch Wambua, MP. 9, Senator Moses Kajwang, MP. Madam Speaker, I beg to move and recommend that we approve of these names to serve in the committees because we urgently need that, Madam Speaker. A number of these committees now will have a full sittings. And Madam Speaker, we ask, or I beg to move and ask the leader of minority to second this list. Leader of minority, please, to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to second. As you know, the standing committees are really important, but knowing that there's not much to be said about this, since the House is generally in agreement, but I was hoping I could use the floor to implore the membership of the Finance Committee, if at all this motion goes through, to quickly have a meeting in preparation for the Kamkunji tomorrow, because there's business that is pending on the question of the formula and Dora and Kara that needs to be resolved expeditiously. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that will be done by the time we have the Kamkunji tomorrow. I beg to second.
Okay. I thought you were on a point of order. Okay, may I propose the question, Honorable Senators, that notwithstanding the resolutions of the Senate made on the 14th December 2017, 14th February 2018, 21st February 2018, 21st November 2018, 20th March 2019, 19th June 2019, and on 28th April 2020, on the approval of senators to serve in the following standing committees of the Senate, and pursuant to Standing Orders 189, 2018, and the second schedule of the Standing Orders, the Senate approves the following senators nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in the standing committees of the Senate as follows. A, Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. 1, Senator Njeru Ndwika, EGH MP. 2, Senator Canon Naomi Wako MP. 3, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH MP. 4, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito MP. 5, Senator Engineer Ephraim Maina MP. 6, Senator Enoch Wambua MP. 7, Senator Stewart Matsayo MP. 8, Senator Isa Juma MP. Juma Boy MP. 9, Senator Boniface Kabaka MP. Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. 1, Senator Anwar Oleitip MP. 2, Senator Victor Prenge MP. 3, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH MP. 4, Senator Isaac Mwaura, CBS MP. 6, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot MP. 5, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot MP. 6, Senator Moses Kachwang MP. 7, Senator Cleophas Malala MP. 8, Senator Rose Nyamunga MP. 9, Senator Boniface Kabaka MP. Committee on Education. 1, Senator Dr. Alice Milko MP. 2, Senator Professor Githure Kindiki, EGH MP. 3, Senator Falhada Deko MP. 4, Senator Mary Seneta MP. 5, Senator Mwangi Githiombi MP. 6, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musuruve Inima MP. 7, Senator Fred Outa MP. 8, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS MP. 9, Senator Professor Imana Malaki Ekal MP. Committee on Energy. 1, Senator Engineer Ephraim Maina MP. 2, Senator Victor Prenge MP. 3, Senator Bishiro Ahalake MP. 4, Senator John Deritu Kinywa MP. 5, Senator Dr. Christopher Andrew Langat MP. 6, Senator Professor Imana Malaki Ekal MP. 7, Senator Ledama Olekina MP. 8, Senator Cleophas Malala MP. And 9, Senator Petronila Were Lokorio MP. E, Committee on Finance and Budget. 1, Senator Charles Kibiru MP. 2, Senator Kimani Wamatangi MP. 3, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot MP. 4, Senator CPA Faria Haji MP. 5, Senator Millicent Omanga MP. 6, Senator Dr. Ochilo Ayako MP. 7, Senator Moses Masika Wetangula, EGH MP. 8, Senator Mutula Kilonso Jr. MP. 9, Senator Rose Nyamunga MP. F, Committee on Health. 1, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito MP. 2, Senator Mary Seneta MP. 3, Senator Beth Muko, EGH, MP. 4, Senator Dr. Abdullahi Ali Ibrahim, MP. 5, Senator Millicent Omanga, MP. 6, Senator Fred Outa, MP. 7, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka, MP. 8, Senator Professor Samson Ongeri, EGH, MP. 9, Senator Ledama Olekina, MP. G, Committee of Information, Communications, and Technology. 1, Senator Gideon Moy, CBS, MP. 2, Senator Bishiro Halake, MP. 3, Senator John Deritu Kinywa, MP. 4, Senator Anwar Loitiptip, MP. 5, Senator Susan Kiika, MP. 6, Senator Enoch Wambua, MP. 7, Senator Petronila Were Lokorio, MP. 8, Senator Isa Juma Boy, MP. And 9, Senator Mercy Chebeni, MP. H, Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights. 1, Senator Canon Naomi Jilo Wako, MP. 2, Senator Fatuma Dulo, MP. 3, Senator Irungu Kangata, MP. 4, Senator Mohammed Yusuf Hachi, EGH, MP. 5, Senator Johnson Sakaja, CBS, MP. 6, Senator Eric Okongo Mogeni, SC, MP. 7, Senator Amos Sitswila Wako, EGH, SC, FCI, ARB, MP. 8, Senator Kilonso Mutula Jr., MP. And 9, Senator James Orengo, EGH, SC, MP. I, Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. 1, Senator Johnson Sakaja, CBS, MP. 2, Senator Dr. Alice Milko, MP. 3, Senator Paul Mwangi Githiomi, MP. 4, Senator Isaac Mwaura, MP. 5, Senator Susan Giika, MP. 6, Senator Jones Mwaruma, MP. 7, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka, MP. 8, Senator Stewart Masayo, MP. 9, Senator Naomi Shionga Masitsa, MP. J, Committee on Land, Environment, and Natural Resources. 1, Senator Paul Mwangi Githiomi, MP. 2, Senator Philip Bayaye, MP. 3, Senator Njeru Ndwika, EGH, MP. 4, Senator Gideon Moy, CBS, MP. 5, Senator Dr. Lelekwe Tumbesi, MP. 6, Senator George Aniri, MGH, MP. 7, Senator Jones Mwaruma, MP. 8, Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga, MP. 9, Senator Isa Juma Boy, MP. K, Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity, and Regional Integration. 1, Senator Christine Zawadi Gona, MP. 2, Senator Dr. Christopher Andrew Langat, MP. 3, Senator Iman Falhada Deko, MP. 4, Senator Dr. Lelekwe Tumbesi, MP. 5, Senator Samson Cherargei, MP. 6, Senator Naomi Shionga Masitsa, MP. 7, Senator Judith Pareno, MP. 8, Senator Mercy Chebeni, MP. 9, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musuruve Inima, MP. L, Committee on national security, defense, and foreign relations. 1, Senator Mohammed Haji Yusuf, EGH MP. 2, Senator Wario Kolich Juma MP. 3, Senator Engineer Mohammed Mahamoud, CBS MP. 4, Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS MP. 5, Senator Mithika Linturi, MP. 6, Senator Fred Outa, MP. 7, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka, MP. 8, Senator Judith Pareno, MP. And 9, Senator Moses Masika Wetangula, EGH MP. M, Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industrialization. 1, Senator Dr. Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, CBS MP. 2, Senator CPA Faria Haji, MP. 3, Senator Philip Mbaye, MP. 4, Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH MP. 5, Senator Wario Kolich Juma, MP. 6, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musuruve Inima, MP. 7, Senator Dr. Agnes Zane, CBS MP. And 8, Senator Masi Jebeni, MP. And 10, Senator Mohammed Faki, MP. 9 is Senator Mohammed Faki, MP. N, Committee on Roads and Transportation. 1, Senator Kimani Wamatangi, MP. 2, Senator Engineer Mohammed M. Mohamud, CBS MP. 3, Senator Engineer Harukura Kodana, MP. 4, Senator Christine Zawadi Gona, MP. 5, Senator Mithika Linturi, MP. 6, Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga, MP. 7, Senator Eric Okongo Mogeni, SC, MP. And 8, Senator Enoch Wambua, MP. And 9, Senator Moses Kachwang, MP. Yes, Whip.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise just to support this motion by alerting members that we endeavored to do two things. One, ensure equity. There's no senator who has more than 3 committees. And also ensure every senator has at least 2 and others have 3. And also, this is a unity list. We did not really take into account our various other issues, and therefore we would urge you to support the new team, the new reorganized system, because we do not discriminate, notwithstanding other maybe differing opinions we may have concerning other matters. We endeavored to take into account academic credentials of each and every senator. It is our firm belief that every senator who is with us in this house is duly elected, is competent, and can perform his work very well. And we shall have other opportunities when we come to ad hoc committees, other areas. We want to move as a team as we forge forward. Thank you.
I don't see any other contribution, so I will put the question. Honorable Senators, that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on the 14th December 2017, 14th February 2018, 21st February 2018, 21st November 2018, 20th March 2019, 19th June 2019, and on 28th April 2020, on the approval of senators to serve in various standing committees of the Senate, and pursuant to Standing Orders 189, 218, and the second schedule of the Standing Orders, the Senate approves the following senators nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in the standing committees of the Senate as follows. A, Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, and Fisheries. 1, Senator Njeru Ndwika, EGH MP. 2, Senator Canon Naomi Wako MP. 3, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH MP. 4, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito MP. 5, Senator Engineer Ephraim Maina MP. 6, Senator Enoch Wambua MP. And 7, Senator Stewart Masai MP. 8, Senator Isa Jumaboy MP. And 9, Senator Boniface Kabaka MP. B, Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. 1, Senator Anwar Loitiptip MP. 2, Senator Victor Brengay MP. 3, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH MP. 4, Senator Isaac Mwaura, CBS MP. 5, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot MP. 8, Senator Rose Nyamunga MP. And 9, Senator Boniface Kabaka MP. C, Committee on Education. 1, Senator Dr. Alice Milko MP. 2, Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH MP. 3, Senator Falhada Deko MP. 4, Senator Mary Seneta MP. 5, Senator Mwangi Githiomi MP. 6, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musuruve Inima MP. 7, Senator Fred Outa MP. 8, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS MP. 8, Senator Professor, 8, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS MP, and 9 is Senator Professor Imana Malaki Ekal MP. D, Committee on Energy. 1, Senator Engineer Ephraim Maina MP. 2, Senator Victor Brengay MP. 3, Senator Shiro Halake MP. 4, Senator John Deritu Kinywa MP. 5, Senator Dr. Christopher Andrew Langat MP. 6, Senator Professor Imana Malaki Ekal MP. 7, Senator Ledama Olekina MP. 8, Senator Cleophas Malala MP. And 7, Senator Petrolina Were Lokorio MP. E, Committee on Finance and Budget. 1, Senator Charles Kibiru MP. 2, Senator Kimani Wamatangi MP. 3, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot MP. 4, Senator CPA Faria Haji MP. 5, Senator Millicent Omanga MP. 6, Senator Dr. Ochilo Ayago, EGH MP. 7, Senator Moses Masika Wetangula, EGH MP. 8, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. MP. And 9, Senator Rose Nyamunga MP. F, Committee on Health. 1, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito MP. 2, Senator Mary Seneta MP. 3, Senator Beth Mugo, EGH MP. 4, Senator Dr. Abdullahi Ali Ephraim MP. 5, Senator Millicent Omanga MP. 6, Senator Fred Outa MP. 7, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP. 8, Senator Professor Samson Ongeri, EGH MP. And 9, Senator Ledama Olekina MP. G, Committee on Information, Communication, and Technology. 1, Senator Gideon Moy, CBS MP. 2, Senator Abishiro Halake MP. 3, Senator John Deritu Kinywa MP. 4, Senator Anwar Laitiptip MP. 5, Senator Susan Kihiga MP. 6, Senator Enoch Wambua MP. 7, Senator Petronila Were Lokorio MP. 8, Senator Isa Jumaboy MP. 9, Senator Mercy Jebeni MP. H, Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights. 1, Senator Canon Naomi Jilo Wako MP. 2, Senator Fatuma Dulo MP. 3, Senator Irungu Kangata MP. 4, Senator Mohammed Yusuf Haji EGH MP. 5, Senator Johnson Sakaja CBS MP. 6, Senator Eric Okongo Mogeni SC MP. 7, Senator Amos Sitswila Wako EGH SC FCI ARB MP. 9, Senator Kilonzo Mutula Jr. MP. And 8, Senator Kilonzo Mutula Jr. MP. And 9, Senator James Orengo EGH SC MP. I, Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. 1, Senator Johnson Sakaja CBS MP. 2, Senator Dr. Alice Milko MP. 3, Senator Paul Mwangi Githiomi MP. 4, Senator Isaac Mwaura MP. 5, Senator Susan Kihika MP. 6, Senator Jones Mwaruma MP. 7, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP. 8, Senator Stewart Matsayo MP. And 9, Senator Naomi Shionga Masitsa MP. Yep, you can take. J, Committee on Land, Environment, and Natural Resources. 1, Senator Paul Mwangi Githiomi MP. 2, Senator Philip Mbayae MP. 3, Senator Njeru Ndwiga EGH MP. 4, Senator Gideon Moy CBS MP. 5, Senator Dr. Lelekwe Tumbesi MP. 6, Senator George Aniri MGH MP. 7, Senator Jones Mwaruma MP. 8, Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga MP. And 9, Senator Isa Juma Boy MP. K, Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity, and Regional Integration. 1, Senator Christine Zawadi Gona MP. 2, Senator Dr. Christopher Andrew Langat MP. 3, Senator Iman Falhada Deko MP. 4, Senator Dr. Lelekwe Tumbesi MP. 5, Senator Samson Jerarge MP. 6, Senator Naomi Shionga Masitsa MP. 7, Senator Judith Pareno MP. 8, Senator Mercy Jebeni MP. And 9, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musuruve Inima MP. L, Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations. 1, Senator Mohammed Haji Yusuf, EGH MP. 2, Senator Wario College Juma MP. 3, Senator Engineer Mohammed M. Mohamud, CBS MP. 4, Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS MP. 5, Senator Mithika Lunduri MP. 6, Senator Fred Outa MP. 7, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP. 8, Senator Judith Pareno MP. 9, Senator Moses Masika Wetangula, EGH MP. M, Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industrialization. 1, Senator Dr. Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, CBS MP. 2, Senator CPA Faria Haji, MP. 3, Senator Philip Mbayaye, MP. 4, Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, MP. 5, Senator Wario Kolich, Juma, MP. 6, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musuruve Inima, MP. 7, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS MP. 8, Senator Mercy Jebeni, MP. And 9, Senator Mohammed Faki, MP. N, Committee on Roads and Transportation. 1, Senator Kimani Wamatangi, MP. 2, Senator Engineer Mohammed M. Mohamud, CBS MP. 3, Senator Engineer Harkura Kodana, MP. 4, Senator Christine Zawadi Gona, MP. 5, Senator Mithika Linturi, MP. 6, Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga, MP. And 7, Senator Eric Okongo Mogeni, SC, MP. 8, Senator Enoch Wambua, MP. And 9, Senator Moses Kajwang, MP. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Yeah. Okay, honorable senators, that brings us to the end of the reconstitution of the committees, and has been said by the leader of majority, leader of minority, and the whip. The reconstitution of the committee really puts a responsibility in the hands of the members, and I want to urge members to reconstitute their committees as fast as possible, so that they move fast to get their chairs and their vice chairs, and then business shall continue even during the recess that we are expecting from today. With those remarks, I am consulting on the next order. Do we have the numbers? Whip, can you approach the desk? Whip. Do you think we'll mobilize? Yeah, while the whips are mobilizing, I would like to ask the leader of majority to give us the statement on the program of the week. Leader of majority.
Order number 7, statements.
Yes. We'll start the statements with the statement pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 from the majority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 52-1, I hereby present to the Senate the business of the House for Tuesday, 7th July 2020. On Tuesday, 7th July 2020, the Senate Business Committee will meet to schedule the business of the Senate. On that day, 7th July 2020, the Senate will consider bills scheduled for second reading and those at the committee of the whole stages. The Senate will also continue with consideration of business that will not be concluded in today's order paper, including motion, petitions, and statements. Madam Speaker, a total of 19 bills are due for second reading and another 23 bills are at the committee of the whole stage. The Senate Business Committee will prioritize these bills accordingly. I urge respective standing committees to expeditiously conclude consideration of the bills and table reports pursuant to the standing orders. I also urge respective movers of the bills and movers of amendments to be in the House whenever the bills are scheduled to facilitate speedy consideration and smooth transition to the next stage. In today's order paper, 6 bills at the committee of the whole stage are pending for division. The bills are number 1, Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2020. Number 2, the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2018. Number 3, the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2019. Number 4, the National Assembly Amendments to the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2018. Number 5, the National Assembly Amendments to the Petition to County Assemblies Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2018. And number 6, the National Assembly Amendments to the County Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018. I take this opportunity to urge all senators to avail themselves for the voting process so that the House dispenses with the bills and move on the next stage. There are also several bills scheduled in today's order paper for second reading. I request the respective movers of the bills to accordingly avail themselves. Madam Speaker, critical business still remains relating to financial matters, namely the third basis for revenue sharing among county governments and county allocation of revenue bill. I urge the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget to expedite consideration of the business and to table reports pursuant to standing orders. Honorable Senators will agree with me that delay in speedy resolution of these two crucial business will have a negative impact on planning, budgeting, and operations of county government for financial year 2020-21. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Orders 28 and 29, the Senate will proceed on a 2 weeks recess today, 24th June 2020, and resume sitting on Tuesday, 7th July 2020. I take this opportunity to commend all the senators for the wonderful job that we have been able to accomplish during the first and second parts of the Senate calendar, more so the business relating to the prevailing COVID-19 situation in the country. I particularly thank the ad hoc committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya for having kept the matter alive in the Senate and for tabling 7 progress reports, 6 of which have been adopted by the Senate, and for developing and introducing the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, which is now at the committee of the whole stage. Madam Speaker, I thank you and hereby lay the statement on the table of the Senate. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The next statement. I want to go back to statements under 48.1. And bear in mind, we'll interrupt if the whips succeed in whipping members. The first statement will be skipped because it's supposed to be from the Senator of Kakamega, who is chairing the impeachment committee. Number 2 is Senator Shiro Alake, also in the same committee. Number 3 is same third, that's Senator Malala. The fourth one is from Senator Beatrice Kwamboka, also in the same committee. That affects 4 and 5. The number 6 is Senator of Nandi, Senator Samson Cherarkei. Senator Cherarkei. Cherarkei was around, and he actually has 2 statements to seek. Okay. Honorable Senators, I do not think the Senator Gerard Gay is very close by, so I think we defer the 2 statements. Honorable Senators, I would like to then announce the changes on the order paper. The orders number 8, number 9, number 10, number 11, number 12, number 13, number 14, and number 15. We shall only come back to those if the whips are able to complete their mobilization. So in the meantime, we have finished 16, 17, up to 21. So we will go to number 22, the prompt payment bill. Senate Bills number 3 of 2020 by Senator CBF Faria Haji, MP, who was interrupted by the close of the day yesterday when she was moving. So Senator Faria, you may continue. You have a balance of 47 minutes.
Order number 22, the prompt payment bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2020, second reading.
Okay, Senators, following consultations, the bill on order number 22 was co-sponsored, was a co-sponsored bill between Senator Faria Haji and Senator Sakaja Johnson, who had requested to second yesterday. So we'll defer that. And then I would like also to announce that order number 23 is deferred because of the same absence of Senator Sakaja. Senator Mwaruma, are you in the room? Nope. So we defer order 24. Senator Bishiro Alake is in the next, is in the committee. Senator Rose Nyamunga is not in, so we defer that. We also defer the sectional bill, sectional properties bill. Order number 27 is also deferred. So the next order, please.
Order number 28, the Community Health Services Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2020, second reading.
What's your point of order, Senator Faria?
Madam Speaker, as I had informed you, the bill was co-sponsored, and the co-sponsor is now here. Can I go ahead with it? I again ask for your indulgence, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Honorable Senators, this is a very special day, it looks like. Very, very special day, but I want to thank Senator Zani. Please take your seat, Senator Zani. I know the leader of minority, no, the whip had requested to go and whip Gerard Gay, and I'm informed that Gerard Gay works on 3 instead of 2 these days. And has just landed in the floor. So really, I beg your, I beg that you allow me to go back to statements so that we finish the last 2 statements, which were Gerard Gay statements, and then we proceed from there. Senator Gerard Gay. And Senator Gerard Gay, when you are on 3, You start your journey earlier than those who are on 2. Looks like 3 does not help. It doesn't increase speed. Thank you, Senators. So let's allow Senator Cherargei. He was in the extension, and I was fight from the extension. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that indulgence, and my apologies. My apologies for being far from because of the other chamber. Request for statement on the status of mining operations at Kerebe Gold Mine Company in Tindred constituency, Nandi County. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to standing order 48-1 to seek the statement from the Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the status of operation at the Kerebe Gold Mine Company Limited in Nandi. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state the status of licensing and lease renewal of Kerebe Gold Mine Company Limited in light of the recent court ruling on the matter between the owners of the land, the local community, and the company management. 2, explain why the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining has failed to ensure that the issues raised in petition to the Senate in 2018 are addressed accordingly before pushing for the renewal of the lease with the company. 3, state why the operations of the mining company have continued to be done in secrecy against the wishes and the interest of the community and employees, hence creating unnecessary conflict. 4th, explain why the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining is not willing to respect the wishes of the owners of the land in respect to lease renewal and the community in respect to corporate social responsibility through what we call, Madam Speaker, Community Development Agreement Committee members under the Mining Act of 2015. Finally, Madam Speaker, state why the ministry has not put in place appropriate regulations and guidelines in line with Mining Act of 2015 with regard to managing the relations between the company, the landowner, and the community. Madam Speaker, just a comment is that I've already, when we were in Senate Mashinani, Madam Speaker, in your county, I did raise this petition. Up to now, Madam Speaker, I want to bring your attention that the Committee on Land Resources, Natural Resources and Land have not acted on this petition that we did submit in 2018, Madam Speaker, when we were in Senate Mashinani at your county in Wazingishu in Eldoret town. So, Madam Speaker, I would request that this thing be fast-tracked because it has stalled for some time, and the people of Chemelil, Chemase, and the landowner have continued to suffer. And I know most colleagues here, especially from the coastal region, are well conversant with issues of mining and many challenges that face mining in this country, Madam Speaker. So I'm requesting for that statement and on the follow-up of the petition that we raised in 2018 on Senate Mashinani, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mbogo George Ochila Yako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to support this statement and applaud Senator Cherargei for raising this matter. Madam Speaker, the only wealth God gives us away from life is natural resources. Other resources we may acquire out of other advantages. So natural resources that you find where you reside is a gift from God, must be shared equitably, and must be developed for the welfare of the people who live there. The Bible in the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 28 is very clear on this. Man and woman are given dominance over the universe to use it well and for the prosperity of mankind. So this is a factor that we must always guard jealously. Madam Speaker, chapter 1, verse 28, for my good brother Johnson. Sakaja, the super senator. In Migori, we are mineral wealthy, particularly in the county of Nyatike, in the county of Kuria, in the sub-counties of Nyatike, sub-county of Kuria West and East, sub-county of Suna West, sub-county of Rongo, and sub-county of Awendo. We have gold, we have copper. Madam Speaker, there are some people whose identity and race is very suspicious. Some Chinese look-alike people who are so many in Migori County and are mining our wealth. We don't know how they get license to do that. We don't know what they give us in return. We just find them there. And Madam Speaker, those who know will recall that last year there were incidents of violence where equipment were burnt out of this conflict. This year, there were other further incidents of violence in Nyatike sub-county where a whole family comprising many persons were arrested. So, Madam Speaker, I want to ask, and in support of Senator Cherargei, how does the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining issue licenses and generate that kind of conflict? We don't need conflict in this country. How do they ensure that communities are considered, they benefit, and people who are surreptitious and unknown do not come and exploit what God has given to us and has been repeated in the book of Genesis? And thirdly, Madam Speaker, why is that particular ministry opening up mining activities, particularly the raw aspect of it, to foreigners? Mining can be done by any of us who has strong arms like Cherargei. Unfortunately, right now he has 3 legs. But remember, President Reagan talked about some chicken in Oklahoma that had 3 legs and were running so fast nobody would ever catch them. So I hope he finds out how the Oklahoma chicken were running. So, Madam Speaker, how
Point of information from Cherargei. Do you need information?
Absolutely. He is my brother and he has raised this concern that I share with him very, very enthusiastically.
I agree, Madam Speaker, I agree that us, Nandi County and Migori, are facing similar problems, and it looks like the Ministry of Mining have decided to work with these corrupt investors. I want to confirm to him that, truth be said, the owner of Kerebe Gold Mine is a man called David May. He is a foreigner, and people who run there are all of them foreigners. So I want to just confirm to him that point of information.
Thank you. Yeah. Continue.
Madam Speaker, I want this specific committee to come and tell this House through the relevant, the relevant committee to come and tell this House what attraction, what affinity, what love affair do they have with these foreigners? Why do they prefer foreign investors instead of having local investors who are appreciative of the need to share this wealth with the locals, the need to observe environmental concerns, and the need to have what is called social corporate responsibility, so that we are in consonance with what Quran says and the Bible says, that yes, we are given a dominance over the universe, but we must use it responsibly and for posterity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Inimake Musurve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to congratulate Senator Cherargei for coming up with this statement. And for sure, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to, in fact, it needs to come out clearly on the floor of this House that yes, we have resources. Some resources are man-made. Some resources are just, natural, a gift from God. But in a situation where resources are a gift from God, it is unfortunate that if that resource is found on your land, people will come from nowhere, just take the resources, and sometimes people end up, the owners of the land end up being very poor, helpless, and they languish in poverty. Yet others come to exploit the resources that are on their land. And I want to state also clearly that land is a factor of production. And being a factor of production, if Kenyans have resources on their land and the resources are natural, then they should not languish in poverty. This issue that Senator Cherargei has brought here is not new in this Senate, because it has also happened in Kakamega County, where you find that the issue of gold mining has been there from since time immemorial, around the 1930s, but who benefits? The locals do not benefit. You find that there's still, the levels of poverty are still very high in Kakamega, and it is also unfortunate that Cherargei has brought out this issue that the landowners in this gold mine do not benefit at all, but they're exploited. We should ensure that exploitation of our people is minimized or is at zero minimum. There's need for people to benefit from the resources that come from the God-given resources that come from their land. A certain percentage of amount of money that comes from these resources should go to the families, should go to the locals, and the locals need to benefit in a situation where there are natural resources in on their land. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that we must see how to protect Kenyans, and we must see also how to ensure that when natural resources are identified, among our local people, let the benefactors, let the beneficiaries be the local people. There's no need of having now people from abroad, foreigners coming to now exploit, the locals when resources are there. So, Honorable Speaker, this is an issue that should be treated with the seriousness that it deserves. And I thank Senator Cherargei for bringing out this issue. It should not only be looked at from his county, but all the counties where there are natural resources. Let also the locals benefit. Let employment be there, because you'll find sometimes where such issues, such natural resources are there, you'll still find that sometimes youths are idle. They don't have jobs. Men and women, men, women and children are languishing in poverty. You also still find that there are children who are not able to go to school, and yet there's a big factory. The natural resources have been discovered. So corporate social responsibility should be embraced heavily by those who are able to utilize these resources, and the locals also need to be provided with employment, because we cannot just sit as we see our own people being exploited. We cannot just see when, watch and see that natural resources are available, yes, but the huge money, the huge chunk of money is being taken by foreigners. No, there is no way anyone from here will go to America, get natural resources, and run with the idea. It can never happen. So in Africa also, in Kenya also, we have to protect our own. We have to ensure that the riches that we get, the riches that are God-given, we utilize. As we thank God, we see our children going to school. We see also development in our areas, so that we also have a reason to thank God, Honorable Speaker. Senator Ochilo has just talked about, man, domineering the earth. It is something that is natural. It is even in the Bible that we actually have to dominate. And in dominating, it does not mean not being exploited. This exploitation of our own should come to an end. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I support this statement, and I believe that the committee that will deal with this issue will do justice to the people of Eldoret, to the people of Kakamega, and anywhere else where natural resources are available. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, Senator Zani Agnes Philomena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Senator Cherargei for bringing this statement. I do remember when he raised it when we were at Senate Mashinani, and I think I remember also contributing. So I think it is a sad state of affairs that has not been addressed. And I think despite various attempts that have been made, at legislation to ensure that this is sorted. We know of the efforts that we've made here as a house and also from the National Assembly. And when a statement like this is brought about the status of operations at Karebe Gold Mine in Nandi County, as has been said by other speakers, yes, it also really affects all the other counties that also have natural resources. In the Committee of Natural Resources, we did not find any single county that did not have natural resources. I think the delinking comes because the mining bill, actually it's an act now, I think it was put into an act. The legislative proposal or the legislative law that is operational has not given a systematic, functional, and applicable way of involving the community. That particular act goes on to give even the proportions, for example, for beneficiary sharing, which would help to address the issues that are raised in this particular statement, but the specific way to go about it. For example, if it isn't done, who interacts with the investors? Who are the members of the community who are the frontliners in addressing the issue? Those committees have not been put into place specifically to empower communities, both at the county level and at the community level. And these would be the ones who would be frontliners, including members of the community who are elders, who are respected members, who understand what is going on in terms of mining, in terms of extraction of any natural resource, that they would be the frontline ones to be able to do that. The relevant legislation has not, in effect, put that particular connection in place. And I think, okay, I'm happy to be informed. Thank you.
Okay, point of information, Senator Ayako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy with the contribution of Dr. Zani regarding the need to legislate. The general grundnorm is that public participation of communities must be there. It is found in the Constitution. The general principle is that government at national level and county level, and this is government at national level, is the trustee of people's interest. In fact, government exercises this authority on behalf of the people and must do so without even waiting for the people to be organized. So I wanted to inform my sister that in spite of the absence of specific and prescriptive legislation, the grundnorm of this nation, which is the Constitution, obligates a government to act in the best interest of citizens of this country in preference to any busybody or any foreigner. So there is already a constitutional decree, but I think for reasons that we do not know, that ministry is trying to give preference to some other people who don't live here, who don't die here. They take it away and disappear to borders we do not know. And if you go there, my sister, you will be thrown back to this country empty-handed. Thank you.
Thank you. Continue, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Senator Achilo Ayako's comments actually strengthen the point I'm saying. I'm not saying that there is no system in place. I'm not saying that we don't have the government in place, but I'm just pointing out to a specific area where if we had that specific legislation would help. It is a fact that that aspect of legislation is missing in the mining, because I remember I engaged with the mining bill at the time when it was a bill, and that was a component that would have helped. We earlier on this afternoon talked about public participation. Yes, it is entrenched in the Constitution, it is entrenched in the laws, but we have issues in terms of the way it is actually actualized. So we still find that specific gap, Madam Speaker, is there. And I think when that voice, especially, an organized voice, an empowered voice, if that voice is able to speak clearly, adequately, and be able to have a point of engagement, I think that would help. But I think specifically to the statement, I think I just want to say I support this statement. I think we need a real commitment about when the answer to this question about operations of Karebe Gold Mine in Nandi are actually going to be laid out bare. I think Senator Cherke needs to go to that place where the committee is holding this session and be able to further scrutinize the issues, because I think this is a very general on operations. Operations are so broad, so there must be some nitty-gritty details in there. And it's at that committee where you can ask for specifications for those specific nitty-gritty issues so that they're brought to light and you're able to get the answer to this. I think it should also be public so that the people of Nandi who you have raised this statement on their behalf can also begin to get the answers and begin to understand what may be happening. Because for many generations, people feel that these are our natural resources and they want to be able to feel a part and parcel of those natural resources. That is natural. There's nothing you can do about removing that feeling from them. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mary Yane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me a chance to add my voice on this very important statement. Issues of mining, minerals, mining is a cross-cutting issue in almost all counties. Madam Speaker, this very important statement touches on three important components. The component of public participation is a constitutional matter that needs to really be looked into. Madam Speaker, when an investment is taking place in a county or in a certain place, public participation is very, very important, because the people who live there needs to know the social, the economic, and the environmental impact of an investment of that kind. And in most cases, this mining is done and left to the place with a lot of dangers. Most of these mines leave the environment in a very pathetic situation. Most of them, they leave very deep holes that are not covered, which are very, very disastrous to the community. And therefore, public participation is very, very important so that the public, the citizens can be able to know what exactly is going to benefit them, what exactly are they going to do, what impact on environment is going to be there, and how the community is going to handle. Madam Speaker, the issue of the local content, what the local community benefits, I think it is something that we have deeply discussed in this House, and therefore in this particular case, the committee that is going to handle this must scrutinize, look at what is the community benefiting from this particular investor. The issue of liens renewal is another very sensitive matter. People and companies and ministries also go behind the community and renew some licenses that are already expiring, and most of the time the community is not brought on board to even express their interest whether the liens can be renewed or not. And therefore the county government plus the national government must look at this liens renewal must be looked at before a company is given a liens renewal. Most of the time, a company will have stayed for many, many years, 99 years, and doing nothing to the community, causing a lot of pollution to the community, and therefore renewing for them a liens again is very, very mistreating to the community concerned. And so I support this statement, and I want to call upon this committee to really see how they can involve most of us who are interested in this matter. this is a very important matter to many of us because of the implementation of even the Mining Act. We currently have a new Energy Act, a new Petroleum Act, and the issue of local content, the percentage that goes to the communities and counties should be seen having been practiced and implemented in whatever kind of investments that are taken or are carried out in those communities. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Madam Speaker kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia taarifa iliyoletwa bungeni na Senator Cherargei. Mheshimiwa Speaker, masuala ya rasilimali za nchi na maeneo ambayo zipo ni swala nyeti sana katika nchi yetu kwa sasa, kwa vile tumeona kwamba rasilimali nyingi ambazo ziko katika nchi yetu hazifaidi wale wananchi ambao wako katika maeneo yale ambayo zinatoka rasilimali kama hizi. Tumezungumziwa mambo ya Nandi, tumezungumziwa mambo ya Migori, Kakamega ambako kuna madini, hata Turkana ambako majuzi kulikuwa na madini ya mafuta ya petroli ambao mpaka sasa sidhani kama kaunti ile ya Turkana imeweza kufaidi kwa njia yoyote. Kule kwetu Pwani, Mheshimiwa Speaker, rasilimali kubwa tuliopewa ni bahari. Na bahari ile inatoa uvuvi, bahari ile inatoa sehemu ambazo tumejenga bandari, lakini bandari mpaka sasa Mheshimiwa Speaker haijafaidi wa Pwani kisawasawa vile ambavyo tulikuwa tunatarajia. Mheshimiwa Speaker, majuzi tu tulileta taarifa hapa bungeni kulalamika kwamba utendakazi wa bandari unahamishwa sasa kupelekwa Naivasha. Na hili ni swala ambalo linahusiana na rasilimali za maeneo ambazo mpaka sasa hazifaidi wale ambao wanakaa maeneo yale. Mheshimiwa Speaker, tulitarajia kwamba wakati tumepata serikali za ugatuzi, serikali hizi zitakuwa mbele katika kuhakikisha kwamba zile leseni zinatolewa kwa wale ambao wawekezaji wanaokuja kutafuta madini yale, zitapa nafasi ya kwanza wale wananchi wanaokaa maeneo yale. Lakini yote imekuwa ni ndoto, kwa sababu wengi wanaopata hizi leseni wanapewa Nairobi, na wakifika katika kaunti zetu wengi huwa ni washirika ama ni wandani wa magavana na wale wakubwa wengine katika kaunti zile, ambapo rasilimali zinakwenda kwa wachache na wengi wanaendelea kudhalilika na kupata shida. Mheshimiwa Speaker, swala hili limeangiziwa pia katika katiba. Tukiangalia katika kifungu cha 66 kinachozungumzia matumizi ya ardhi na rasilimali, ambapo imesemekana kwamba dola inaweza kutoa mwongozo wa matumizi ya ardhi ama chochote kilichoko ndani ya ardhi ile kwa masuala ya usalama, public safety, usalama wa umma, public order, public morality, public health, na vile vile pia matumizi ya ardhi ile. Na imesemekana hapa kwamba bunge litaleka sheria ya kuhakikisha kwamba rasilimali ama uwekezaji katika mali kama hizi zinafaidisha wakazi ama wenyeji na uchumi wao katika maeneo yale. Kwa hivyo hapa inamaanisha kwamba bunge lilikuwa litoe sheria ya kuhakikisha kwamba rasilimali kama hizi, kama vile dhahabu, kama vile bahari na madini yoyote mengine ambayo yako, yatakuwa yanafaidisha jamii zilizoko sehemu zile pamoja na uchumi wao. Kwa sasa tunaona Mheshimiwa Speaker, watu wa Nandi wanalalamika, watu wa Migori wanalalamika, watu wa Taita Taveta, ambapo zamani hayati mzee Jomo Kenyatta alipotembea Taita aliwaambia Wataita ambao ni shemegi zake seneta wa Nairobi Seneta Sakaja kwamba Wataita wamekalia uchumi, na ni kwamba alimaanisha wakati huo kwamba kuna madini mengi katika eneo la Taita ambalo Wataita hawajaweza kuyatafuta na kuhakikisha kwamba yanasaidia uchumi wa maeneo yale. Kwa Mheshimiwa Speaker, taarifa hii ni muhimu sana kwa sababu inagusia sehemu zote za nchi, hata kule ambako labda hakuna rasilimali za madini kama hizi. Kuna rasilimali za mifugo, kuna rasilimali za wanyama pori ambao wanaweza kusaidia kuinua hali ya uchumi ya wananchi pamoja na kaunti zile ambazo zinahusika. Kwa hivyo kamati husika, Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima iangalie swala hili kwa ndani zaidi ili kuhakikisha kwamba haturegei tena hapa kuzungumzia swala hili ambalo ni swala ambalo limekuwa donda sugu kabla ya uhuru, kwa sababu wakati tukipigania uhuru tulikuwa tunapigania rasilimali. Wale walikuwa katika mashamba ya White Highlands ilikuwa wanapigania mashamba ambazo ni rasilimali zao. Wale ambao tulikuwa katika pwani tulikuwa tunapigania uchumi wa watu wa pwani ili uweze kuimarika na kuenuka. Lakini sasa karibu miaka 60 ya uhuru tunalalamika na tunaendelea kulalamika wakati tuna katiba ambayo inaweza tusaidia sisi kuhakikisha kwamba dhulma kama hizi za kihistoria zimeweza kuwekewa kikomo na wananchi wanapata faida na mali na rasilimali ambazo ziko katika maeneo yao. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Finally, Senator Sakaja Johnson Other.
Madam Speaker, when Senator George Mbogo Chiloayako was speaking, I was reminded of the words written by the Apostle Luke. Luke wrote the book of Acts, and in the book of Acts 17:11, he talks about the Bereans. And he says the Berean Jews were of more noble character than those in Thessalonica, for they received the message with great eagerness, but examined the scriptures to see if what Paul said was true. So when Senator Ochilo quoted Genesis, I asked, are you sure? And I was able to, like the Bereans, examine the scriptures. And indeed, Madam Speaker, it is true. In Genesis 1:28, there is a decree. God blessed them and said unto them, be fruitful, increase in number, fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky and over every living creature that moves on the ground. And that is true. Madam Speaker, Senator Musuruve, when she was speaking, reminds me of the land where my great-grandfather and grandmother are buried, and my grandfather and grandmother and other ancestors, in a village called Bushangala in Kakamega, Ikolomani. Ikolomani got its name from the word gold mine. And in around 1935, Madam Speaker, a rosterman mined the area for 17 years and got gold worth 4 billion, Madam Speaker. But if you go to Bushangala, if you go to Isulu, if you go to many areas in Ikolomani, starting from Sigalagala coming up, the level of poverty is possibly one of the highest in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we speak now, in what we call the Liranda corridor, there is estimated gold worth 171 billion shillings. Those are the estimates that are there. I wish Senator Cherargei listened to Senator Zani. Whenever Senator Zani speaks, you hear the evidence of education. And Senator Zani has interacted with this subject matter quite deeply in the last Senate and even in this Senate. So it will do well for the people of Nandi if Senator Cherargei, my good friend, finds time to consult Senator Zani on those issues of local content, of benefit sharing. There's a lot of work done. In fact, the intervention by Senator Ochilo was not properly executed, because what Senator Zani was saying is that it's not that there's a lacuna or the laws don't exist. Maybe just little aspects. But as it is today, the government can actually implement beneficial sharing for the people where all these minerals are found. It should not be that after Rosaman left with 4 billion worth of gold in Kakamega, we still have poverty. After we are saying there is a potential of 171 billion, you know, of course the greatest resource we have in this country is above the ground, it is the people. But God blessed us. The people of Mombasa, the people of Kwale, the people of Diani, the people of Kilifi should benefit from the God-given resource of the port and the sea, Madam Speaker. Today we have cartels who are making billions in trolling and fishing. I don't know if Senator Faki is aware. The people who are fishing with Japanese trawlers and getting licenses as Kenyans are making so much money that will transform the depth of poverty that exists in the coast. And there's a lot of poverty in the coast, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you go to Karebe, the people of Senator Cherargei should actually be very wealthy. The people of Taita Taveta, and Senator Fakia said those are actually my relatives as well, should actually be benefiting from the, you know, the rubies, from the tanzanite, from all these minerals that exist there, Madam Speaker. So I hope that, you know, it is a poor indictment on us that we went actually on the ground, had this petition from the people. They were so excited that the senators come. The senators come machinani. That petition was a highlight of that entire sitting, and to date nothing has followed from that. Madam Speaker, I wish to add strength to that statement, and I really ask that that committee please does justice to the people of Nandi County, and while they're looking at it, let them remember my relatives in Ikolomani, Bushangala, and in Kakamega, and in Migori, and in Taita Taveta, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. The last statement is again from Senator Gerard Kay. But maybe for avoidance of doubt, may I commit the first statement stands committed to the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources, or yes, so next statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A request for statement on the issue of fund disbursement to county governments.
Yes, what's your point of order, Senator?
I'm very sorry for interrupting my friend and colleague, Senator Cherage. But I wanted, Madam Speaker, this statement is touching on mining. I was thinking that it should also be directed to the Committee on Energy, because this issue of lands, I think that is why this statement took all that time, possibly because it went to the wrong committee. I think you should guide us on whether it can be sufficiently handled by the Committee on Lands alone, or it can be co-shared. Madam Speaker, another point is, I think these statements need to be given justice. The people of Nandi have waited for the whole of, from last year, 2018 to date. So I think your ruling, your guidance should also help the people of Nandi to get a response from the ministries concerned on time. So it should have a framework, a time frame on when it should be handled.
Okay, Senator, I see some intervention from Senator Haji Faria. Ali?
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to inform Mary Senator, my good
wants
friend, that...
Would you like to be informed? Yes.
Okay, to get two committees handle an issue, it's very challenging to get a quorum. For me, mining, I think, falls better in energy than even in lands. So I think we seek your indulgence to move it to lands, energy instead of land. Madam Speaker, we thank you. Sorry for interrupting you. It's not our wish, but sometimes we just feel that it enhances the decision.
Okay,
Thank
Senator Gerard Gay, I see another intervention.
I want to agree with my colleague, Senator, and my leader, Senator Faria, by saying that, Madam Speaker, as you make the directions and commitments to a specific committee, I think you remember there was a petition already to lands, to the Committee on Lands, Natural Resources and Environment from 2018. Up to now, the said committee has not even taken an iota of trying even to separate the issues, because I had seen Senator Zani had said earlier on that petition had tried to classify and separate issues so that it was easy to handle. So up to now, the said committee has not even given us even a tentative report on what they have been doing on that petition. So my request, Madam Speaker, is that you should give further directions that the Committee of Energy should be given that opportunity so that they can at least dispense with this. In line also, that petition from the committee can be referred, so that it can be referred to to the Energy Committee, and I think it will be convenient for us, even for the people of Nandi.
Yes, another point of order from Senator Sakaja.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I really hate to disagree with the whip, the deputy whip, Senator Faria, and I hope she does not take disciplinary action on me. Madam Speaker, if you look at our standing orders in the second schedule, and you look at the functions of the Committee on Lands, it's to consider all matters relating to land, settlement, housing, environment, forestry, wildlife, mining, water resource management and development. I think we'd set a very dangerous precedent if just because the committee in the past has not delivered on its mandate, if we give its mandate to another committee. It means that it's almost as if the chair and the leadership has given up on that committee. Madam Speaker, part of the orders that we have just gone through earlier today has been the reinvigorating of these committees. I think with the new energy, it is safer and neater to leave committees with their mandate as in the order paper and not arrogate to other committees the functions of substantive committees. Let's encourage them to do their work, and if they don't deliver, there are avenues through which we can discipline them. But let it stay where it rightfully is, and that's a committee of lands. I've seen even Senator Kasanga has joined that committee, and she's extremely hardworking. She's my vice chair in the committee on COVID. Senator Githiomi also can be energized, and the other members in that. Senator Isaboy from Kwale, you know, Senator Zani. Those members can work on this. But you just give them the timelines within which to operate. Let us not start arrogating functions of specific committees to other committees. It starts as a very dangerous precedent, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. I want to imagine that Senator Bogo is referring to the second statement, not this one. Senator Ochila Yako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is really a matter that if you give me 1 minute, I should weigh in on. Actually, a committee may have failed to perform in the past, but now that they have been reconstituted, it would be absolutely fair to give them a benefit of doubt, to encourage them to perform, because perhaps the failure to perform was out of lack of chemistry or lack of synergy and many other factors that you and I are aware of. So I want to add my voice to what Senator Sakaja said, that let's give them a chance and let us believe in them and in all of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senators. Senators, I just wanted to read what the standing order talks about when it comes to the Committee of Energy. The Committee of Energy is to consider all matters relating to fossil fuels, exploration, development, production, maintenance, and regulation of energy. It doesn't give it any latitude to touch on land. It doesn't give it any latitude to touch on mining. We know part of the development will require some mining, but since it is clearly off the mining, I want to agree with the members that we have reinvigorated the committees and we really expect them to move. I would like to rule that this committee, the Committee of Lands, sits and actually moves very fast and ensures that this statement is responded to within 2 weeks, 14 days. 14 days. So I'm giving them 14 days to come back with a response to this environment, to this question, knowing that they are supposed to reconvene anyway by tomorrow to make sure that they have their chair and the vice chair and they proceed. That should be a good starting point for them. It's so ordered. We were looking at the last, we had called out the last statement, which I think is a brief one, so that we reorganize the business of the day. Senator Gerarge?
Madam Speaker, request for statement on the issue of fund disbursement to county governments. I raise person to Standing Order 48-1 to 6 statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the disbursement of funds to county governments. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state the current status of respective counties with regard to the disbursement of funds for development and recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2019-2020. Secondly, state whether all counties have received the COVID-19 funds as budgeted, and if not, indicate which counties are yet to receive the funds, giving the reasons for the delay in the disbursement. Third, state the status of pending bills by every county and clarify whether there is a nexus between pending bills and the delays of disbursements to the affected counties. Fourth, state the status of non-monetary support to counties, especially on capacity building and personal protective equipments, PPEs, quantification. And finally, fifth, explain the level of preparedness of counties in the fight against COVID pandemic under the Medical Equipment Supplies Program. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, but it sounds like that is directed to my committee, if I'm not wrong. And if it is in the usual fashion, we shall deliver, Madam Speaker. So Senator Cherargei should rest assured, and I will invite him. We give reports, and I hope, Madam Speaker, even today you will allow me to move my 7th progress report. We've given reports weekly on the COVID situation on counties. Yesterday I said that indeed we want to look at all the counties, and I saw an outcry, Kenyans saying that senators want just to spend per diem. First of all, they should know that is our work. We must look and oversight counties, whether we get 5,000 a day or not. It is cheaper than the pilferage that is happening in counties if there is no firm oversight. And so we will do our work, and we must continue doing our work, Madam Speaker. So I give assurance that we shall deliver on that, and we shall give the schedule. This has already passed in our 3rd or 4th report, Madam Speaker, that we need monthly expenditure reports and income from counties on COVID expenditure. And so we expect that that should be coming soon. When we come back from our recess on the 7th, I shall give that report, Madam Speaker.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from where Professor Ongeri and others, Professor Ongeri, I and others sit, which is the CPIC, the most common issue that comes before that committee is delay in release of exchequer or IFMIS or whatever it is, or funds to counties. This is a very persistent issue in all the audit issues that we get to encounter when we are dealing with oversight. Madam Speaker, I want to suggest and ask the committee to which you will refer this matter to find out whether this delay, because it seems to be endemic, it seems to be even a pandemic by itself. So whether there is violation of law, is Treasury violating law by not releasing with dispatch the funds that are intended for devolved units like counties? 2, if Treasury is not violating law, this committee should tell us where the gap is. Because with this, failure to release funds in a time, it interferes with program or budgetary implementation. And we need to know whether they are breaking the law or whether there is a lacuna in our law which we need to fix ourselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Ongeri Samson Kagengo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to weigh in on this matter. This issue of exchequer releases is embarrassing the county governments. As I speak today, I've checked about 2, 3, 4 counties, and the story we're hearing is that up to now, the final tranche of the release of resources has not happened. And today is 24th of June. By next week, the month ends. What we have noticed when we are examining the accounts, the public accounts, we have noticed that the money is wired in on 30th of June, a time when they can not even spend one single item. And it's wired in at the last minute. And they are the cause of the pending bills that are rolled over to the next financial year. And therefore, when they make a decision, when the Treasury says that they must give the pending bills a first charge, they are already crippling the budgets of the counties, particularly as they start the new financial year, because they go according to budgets and programs that they have developed, that have been gone through the county assemblies, and therefore they will now require another supplementary estimates to be able to factor in those other pending bills so that they can discharge whatever they carry over, the carryover costs. And I think we have identified the problem. The normal mischief, Madam Speaker, is that they switch off the IFMIS. Right now, IFMIS is not functioning. And I think Senator Sakaja knows, he was in Treasury, that when they are hard up in finances or resources at the Treasury side, the easiest way to do is a malfunctioning IFMIS platform. And that's what has been happening. I had up to yesterday, some counties are struggling. They have not paid the salaries for the months of May and June. And I think this is a very urgent matter. And I think the Committee of Finance, if you so rule, Madam Speaker, should go on this matter. And this has been our worry all the time, that the Treasury must at all times issue the exchequer releases on a timely and predictable manner. Right now, that timely and predictable manner is not realized. And it's causing a lot of distress and difficulties for county governments. And I'll quote my own county, Kisii. They have problems in getting the exchequer release. And yet they have complied with all these other requirements that are needed for them to have the exchequer releases. They complied with what the National Treasury said, and now they say they have no funds to release. And I think we should weigh in as Senate on this matter if we're going to require that county governments should not carry over pending bills. One, county governments should be able to pay the statutory deductions, and of course, the first charge of the wage bill for human resource deployment is a right. If you have worked for a job, it's a right for you to be paid for what you have worked for. And delaying workers from May to June, I think, is a very dangerous incident, and it doesn't spell well for the National Treasury. I support that petition.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to give only two members, then we can move to, we reorganize the order paper, please. I see a point of order from Senator Sakaja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At second glance, because I've looked at the statement, if you look at Article 219 of the Constitution, that talks about transfer of equitable share, and says a county's share of revenue raised by the national government shall be transferred to the county without undue delay and without deduction, except when the transfer has been stopped under Article 225. Indeed, this is a very core and constitutional issue that earlier I had intimated that I think my committee on COVID would have dealt with, but really I think it's better placed in the Finance and Budget Committee, because that is the core of the mandate, to actually look at disbursements of equitable share, Madam Speaker. So I just wish to withdraw that earlier request, and I think it will be better placed. And ideally, they should give us a report. Unfortunately, the financial year is ending in 6 days.
but it would be good to get something preliminary, even if shared on our group, before the end of the financial year, because that mischief Senator Ongeri is talking about is real. I know I have worked in Treasury. It is a very real threat in this next 6 days, and counties are going to suffer, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think you have corrected, so you have finished my agenda. I was going to correct it finally. I'll give 1 minute to Senator Inima Truth Musurube, and then Senator Mary Yane and Senator Zani. 1 minute each, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to say that it's important for counties to be given the COVID money in good time so that they can plan on how to use the money. Because if they do not have the money in good time, then it will be very difficult for county, even executives, to plan and to do even public participation concerning whatever activities need to be done. And also, counties are also straining in terms of the human resource. You'll find that some counties are not able to pay even their casual workers, and sometimes you'll find that these casual workers can even stay for 6 months, they have not been paid, yet they have families, yet they have children, yet they have basic needs. So it is just fair that Treasury disburses money in good time so that county governments can also ensure that they're also paying the service providers, because sometimes people, provide a service and then they're not paid, and this becomes very stressful. There is need for any work done to be paid, and paid in good time. So I actually support this statement, and even when money comes in good time, there's need to also oversight what exactly has the money done, so that money is not just being disbursed without corroborating with the whatever is happening on the ground. So there's need to have a balancing act to ensure that money goes, yes, in good time, and also that money is, is able to do the purpose for which it is supposed to do, that is delivering a service to wananchi. Because at the end of the day, during this COVID time, we want services delivered to wananchi. In some counties, you find that people do not have masks. In some counties, you still also find that people do not have sanitizers. People do not have soaps. You'll also find some hospitals do not have the PPE, the protective gears. But this should be solved if money is disbursed in good time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I support this statement.
Thank you. 1 minute, Senator Zan. Zani, then I'll come to Mary.
In the spirit of sisterhood, I don't mind Senator coming up because she was ready already. Then I can be last, as you had initially read out.
Okay, Senator.
Madam Speaker, the cause of delay to our counties is quite a lot. It's a disaster. When you delay funds for the counties, penalties, of course, increase in terms of paying late statutory deductions for the employees in the county, legal fee also. People go to court to demand delay salaries and statutory deductions. Madam Speaker, also the last minute release of these monies, and you are given within the last month of the financial year, means you can spend that money carelessly even without planning, and again shoddy development projects. If you are given money that is not enough for a project, then most of the time, that is why we get projects that are done shortly, because you inject very little money at a given time. So I think Treasury is doing a disastrous action to our counties when they delay the exchequer.
Thank you. Senator Zani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Overwhelmingly, Kenyans voted this constitution because of devolution and socioeconomic development really trickling down to the county level. That cannot happen without the funds. Not only cannot happen without the funds, but those funds have to go out in a timely manner. And Madam Speaker, I think we've said this before, and there have been lots of statements and lots of questions about IFMIS. In fact, I'm happy sometimes, I think also when we bring this out as statements, as Senator Cherargei is doing, it gives us, I think, a very good chance to interact with the various leadership, various ministries, to actually get to the bottom of it. Because what we want is really to just enhance these counties. I'm happy Senator Sakaja read the provisions of Article 291 on the timely disbursements. We've heard from Senator Ongeri, the mischief with IFMIS, where sometimes you find IFMIS have been switched off. You know, at the end of the day, I think we need to be able to come up as a Senate, and maybe one of the deliverables from that committee when they get this statement as they're answering it, is to agree and come up with a pattern of disbursement, including the timing, including the you know, how long should it take, how many days immediately after that mention. I think that is very, very critical. And I think that is exactly what the article that Senator Sakaja read out a few minutes ago is meant to do. 219, very, very specific, so that we actually have those disbursements coming out on time. So I think through that statement, we should be able to have ways of answering this specific question. We need Treasury to tell us exactly where the delay is coming from and how can it be circumvented and how can it be addressed. This is an issue not only touching on Nandi County, it's actually then across all the specific counties from the feedback that we're getting in terms of delay. Madam Speaker, I support this statement.
Thank you very much, Senator Zani. Honorable Senators, the second statement from Cherargei therefore stands committed to the Committee on Finance and Budget. And so ordered. Honorable Senators, I had deferred all orders up to 22. I now would like to reorganize the business so that we go straight to the last order, order 30, on the adjournment of the Senate. Yes, clerk. Next order.
Order number 30, motion, adjournment of the Senate.
Majority Whip.
Madam Speaker, I beg that pursuant to Standing Order 28 and 29 of the Senate, that the Senate does adjourn until Tuesday, 7th July, 2020. Madam Speaker, let me start by congratulating my fellow senators for the good work they have done for that period we have been in this session. We have been able to process several bills, particularly second reading. We have processed various bills, and so far that is very something that we need to celebrate as a House. But of course, Madam Speaker, we have a lot of pending business. That includes divisions. Yes, Madam Speaker, allow me to set out some of the divisions that are in our conveyor belt. Number one, Madam Speaker, we have the Committee of the Whole House, the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2020. This is a bill that is being championed by my brother, Chairperson of Ad Hoc Committee of the COVID-19 situation in Kenya, Senator for Nairobi. And we really wanted to have this matter finished today, but for some reason, you were unable to get the requisite number to process this business. Madam Speaker, also we have the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2018. It's also a bill by our sister, Senator Mary Senator. We also have the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2019 by Dr. Abdullahi Ali. We also have this other one called Consideration of the National Assembly Amendments to the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2018. This is a government bill. We also have the Consideration of the National Assembly Amendments to the Petition to County Assemblies Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2018. Again, that's a government bill. Also, we had this one, consideration of National Assembly amendments to the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018. This also was being prosecuted by the Committee on Education. Also, we had scheduled to handle the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill number 26 of 2019 from the National Assembly. But I think today also we had a heavy duty, Madam Speaker, to process the new committees, which we were able to achieve. And therefore, the committees will be sitting again freshly to elect chairman and vice chairman starting tomorrow. Madam Speaker, also in the committee, we do have other key businesses, the most important one being the so-called third generation revenue sharing formula. It is going to be processed by the committee called Finance Committee. We also have another crucial business called CARA. That is the bill that shows how we share revenue amongst counties. Again, that has a statutory deadline of 31st of June 2020. So on one hand, we did good in terms of processing businesses at the second reading stage. But on the other hand, we really need to come up with ways of how to ensure we have enough delegation to process some of these bills, which are now laying in abeyance at the third reading stage. So notwithstanding that, senators need to go and take some break. We need to go meet our constituents. We also need to go and lobby ministries. I know the role of a senator is not only limited by just coming here and pursuing legislation. A senator has other duties, including going to various ministries, including meeting the people, listening to them, because under Article 96 of the Constitution, one role of the Senate is representation. You can only represent people once you meet them. So we need a break. And this motion, essentially, Madam Speaker, is affording senators that break to go home, listen to their constituents, listen to their grievances, and then crystallize all those ideas into bills. And therefore, we hope once we come back after this adjournment, we shall be able to come and pursue various businesses in a more vibrant manner. Madam Speaker, just to notify senators that, of course, there is a Kenya Gazette notice, meaning notwithstanding we are going for adjournment from today up to July, Madam Speaker, on Friday, we shall be back here again to finish up the issue of the impeachment proceedings of Kirinyaga people. We want to assure the people of Kirinyaga that that committee that is currently handling that issue is competent. There is no undue influence. It's going to handle that issue with all expertise that is required. And therefore, we know Senate is a house that respects procedure. And therefore, despite this adjournment, we shall be back on Friday. Of course, I also foresee, Madam Speaker, that we may come back very soon next week, maybe to finalize the issue concerning CARA and also the issue concerning approving the third generation formula. I urge senators out there, please, once we come back, we come with more ideas, more bills, and more vigor to protect our counties, to oversight our counties, also to push for development to our respective counties. Allow me to call Sakaja, to second my motion for adjournment. Thank you. Sorry, my deputy, I've just seen you now.
Senator Faria?
Yeah. Yes, I beg to move.
Okay. Who is seconded? Sakaja? Senator Sakaja, yes. I had seen also a request by Sakaja.
Yeah.
Thought he was coming in.
Madam Speaker, I was raised well, I'm a gentleman, and I can yield to the lady, the Honorable Faria, but since she seems that she's accepted me to second, I'll just second. First of all, Madam Speaker, I want to just note that we're going on recess at a time when we have new leadership in this House. We have you as our Deputy Speaker, and we're very proud of you. We have Senator Pogisio Losuron as the Leader of Majority, and we have Senator Kangata as the Whip, and Senator Faria. Madam Speaker, I think as we go on recess, I would really urge you as the new leaders to take this time to take stock of the position of the Senate and the new energy that you intend to pump into the Senate. I think this is just the right time for you to look at it. Madam Speaker, we expect, as your followers and humble subjects and colleagues, that this new leadership will be more consultative. This leadership will involve members in decisions. This leadership will not be vindictive on members who might not have seen or agreed with them in various decisions, because that is the strength of the Senate. The strength of Parliament. Parliament comes from the same root word as parley, parlance, to talk, to deliberate, to protect interests of people who sent us here, millions, Madam Speaker. And within that parlance and within that, the conducting of our business, we will not always agree on everything. But Madam Speaker, when you have leadership that then takes it personally when there's no agreement, or leadership that thinks that some people should be consulted and others, then the Senate as a collegiate fails. So I have hope that the new leadership will actually continue how you have started. We are very encouraged, and I'm proud to be a member of the Senate, Madam Speaker, representing the biggest constituency in this Senate of 3 million voters now. Number two, Madam Speaker, we have new committees. We've reconstituted them. Members should understand the power of a committee to effect, the resolutions of the Senate and to represent. Madam Speaker, we're only 67. In fact, the County Assembly of Nairobi is bigger than the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. My county assembly has 122 members. But as 67, if properly constituted in groups of 9, in committees, when we go out there into the country, Madam Speaker, we have a very unique mandate and agenda to actually protect our constitution and to fight for the rights of our people. Madam Speaker, in the time, in this last part of the session that I've chaired the COVID committee, we've held more than 72 meetings. We've brought 7 reports. We've interacted with more than 10 cabinet secretaries. And even in our interaction, Madam Speaker, changes have been made even before the bills. We've dealt with the issue of, the Ministry of Health, the issues of quarantine, and they've been very cooperative because of just how the committee has been energized. We've been able to deal with the issue of Uber drivers and our taxi people. In fact, today, the IG has reiterated what we said here about the good conduct certificates. There is immense power with proper leadership. And I will urge colleagues, as you consider who you're going to vote for as your chairs and vice chairs, let us remember, apart from the obvious horse trading and the politics, the effectiveness of this House really and the strength lies in the committees, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thirdly, as the new leadership, I would urge you, because also in the National Assembly we have new leadership. We have Honorable Amos Muhinga Kimunya, my good friend, who's the new leader of majority. We have the new whip, Wangwe, from Kakamega. We have members there, Madam Speaker, that we can actually write a new page on the relations of the Senate and the National Assembly. We used to consider them as our noisy neighbors. But with this new leadership, I see hope. Madam Speaker, when I was in the last House, I used to say this is Nyumba ya Wazee, and I'm proud to be here. And we said it is the lower house, and that was the upper house. Now I know we are the upper house, but they have the upper hand because of how the Constitution is structured. I will urge you as our leaders, sit down with this new team. We have a lot of business stuck in the National Assembly. Let it not be antagonistic. Leadership dictates wisdom and humility. Let it be that you say, okay, there's these bills that you have. For instance, Madam Speaker, I have, I think, 3 bills in the National Assembly. Myself and Senator Faria are about to push this one on prompt payment. We have one on disaster management, which even if it had been passed, we would not need to do one on pandemic, to a great extent. Sit down and review. Let's forgive each other of the sins of the past and turn a new leaf in our relations with the National Assembly, Madam Speaker. Because the leadership that you have there, the way I know them, and the way I know you, the way I know Senator Pogisho, Senator Orengo, Senator Faria, you're not petty people. The way I know Senator Muhinga, Honorable Kimunya, he's not a petty person. Please, we serve the same people as both houses. Madam Speaker, in Nairobi, I always have a consultative meeting with my 17, I have 17 members of parliament. And I sit down with them and I say, okay, what is the issue in Umoja, in Dandora, in Langata? You take this petition to the National Assembly. I sit with my MCs, you do it, because we are serving the same people. So I would urge that let's take this time to reflect on these issues. I wish members a good period of recess. It's a short recess, it's just 10 days. But a good period of recess. May you spend time with your children and with your families, those of us who have young ones. Some of you I know have very old ones, or rather older ones. Grandchildren, like Senator Musuruve has grandchildren. Take time to interact with your constituents, with your counties. I hope during that time my committee will be able to visit some of your counties, starting with Migori, because I made that promise to come to Senator Ochilo's place, and let us continue to represent the people of the Republic. Madam Speaker, with those very many words, because I know Senator Faria wants to continue with the bill, but I think she'll be very unlucky because other members will speak, I second the adjournment motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. I would now like to propose. And I'd like to propose the motion that pursuant to Standing Orders 28, 29, the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, 7th July 2020. Honorable Senators, we have only 9 minutes, and I have 3 members. Try as much as possible not to take more than 3 minutes, please. Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate you and congratulate all of us who have been able to work up to the end of this period and up to today that we are seeking recess. I think we all deserve the recess. Madam Speaker, I want to pick from what Senator Sakaja has said, and I trust that the entire leadership led by yourself understand the effectiveness of an institution. The Senate, like all other institutions, is made up of a team, and the effectiveness of a team is in the bond and the trust that we share among ourselves. Bickering, grandstanding makes it problematic. I know the leaderships, the leadership that have been put in place are people of wisdom and are able to carry us or to lead us forward to the next level. I just want to request that other than looking at the horizontal relationship that we have with the National Assembly, try and reach out to the executive. Every resolution we make as this House will never see the light of day until our relationship with the executive is improved. We have had problems with the executive, and we do not need to fall into the same pitfalls that the previous leadership were falling into. So I want to plead with leadership, including you, or led by yourself, to find a way of improving that relationship. Horizontally, we also need to listen to the judiciary. They have challenges, and whenever they speak out there, they are also speaking to us. So we must make sure that they are also empowered in terms of legislation and support so that they become effective. With a dysfunctional executive, a paralyzed parliament and a standoff between parliament and the executive. The public who are paying our allowances, the public who have put us in offices will continue suffering. But we are first and foremost members of the public, so we'll suffer with them. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to say that there is a notion out there, and that notion is reckless, that whenever we go on recess, short or long, that we are not working. I want to disabuse any person thinking, wherever they are, that whenever we are on recess, we are not working. Senate and parliaments work through committees. Committees will be on session and they will be working for the public. Members of Senate and members of Parliament need to get feedback, and they will continue getting feedback. With those very many remarks, Madam Speaker,
Thank you, Senator.
I beg to support.
Senator Ongeru Samson Kagengo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First, to congratulate you for taking the coveted seat of a Deputy Speaker. And again, in the same vein, the new committees have been appointed today. And I want to thank the House for conferring in me their trust that they put me in the Committee of Public Accounts with my colleagues. And as Senator Chilayaka said, the committees start working. For instance, our committee starts working from tomorrow, and we have scheduled meetings every day except Saturdays and Sundays, or Monday to Fridays, until we clear the backlog of all the reports that are pending before the House. So we are not on recess, as it were, in the broader sense, but we are functioning in a different capacity other than through the plenary. Through the committees, we shall deliver that mandate. And finally, just to plead with my colleagues that now that we have got these new committees in everywhere, where I'm also in health, we should be able to work together as a team and deliver for the benefit of Kenyans and the wider perspectives. And out there, those who are at the county level, we also plead with you that our primary responsibility is oversight, and we shall do that job dutifully and conscientiously, without favor or without any contradictions whatsoever, until we have achieved that mandate. And I think it's good for everybody. We should enjoy when we fellowship together for the common good of our populations. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Zani Agnes Philomena.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When the mover moved this motion, he mentioned various bills that are at National Assembly. And yes, I also echo the sentiments that we need to have more cooperation with National Assembly to ensure that these bills are processed, because these bills are really hoping to improve on legislation for various Kenyans. Number two, the COVID committee led by Senator Sakaja, I think, has shown for us in this season. They've actually shown us what they can do so much within such a short time and on a relevant issue. Other committees, yes, are also following suit, so I allowed all the committees, but the provision and the scope of this, I'm just looking at the 7th report, provision for testing, medical equipment, for provision for isolation centers, provision for continuous supply of food, measures for protection, enhancement of capacity and flexible deployment of healthcare staff, financial assistance. It covers such a broad section of the problems, be they on health issues, economic and finance issues, social public order and human rights, access to food, water, and other basic commodities, support of basic services, and cross-cutting other specific issues. This report, I know maybe has not been tabled yet, but I've just gone through it, and I've just picked another element, I think, which is very, very key and very, very important in this report, and this is to say that let us not cease now. Let us ensure that we don't stop the measures so that we don't have another wave. We don't just all blow out. I think this is very, very critical and very, very important. So it lauds the measures that have been put by the national and county government and the enormous work, and says that this needs to continue. A lot of provision has also been put for specifically the healthcare workers. Madam Speaker, the Community Health Services Bill also continues in this same mood, and I think I was hoping I'd be able to move it. Maybe I'll be able to move it later. As I conclude quickly, Madam Speaker, one issue I think is how also to reorganize ourselves. I have a feeling that most of the things in the order paper would have been dealt with, or for example, would have been strategic maybe, and just started with the committee of the whole, and then move maybe to the committees. Because I think every time we stand on the floor and say we don't have quorum, we're misleading the public, because many times we have acquired the quorum, but because also members have to go to various other specific places to do one or two other things, we could reorganize our order paper in such a way that these are all well accomplished. Well done to us as we take a well-rested holiday, and we look forward to seeing each other back. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I want to first of all begin by congratulating you for your position. I'm truly happy for you, and I know that you are certainly equal to the task. And I also want to thank the leadership for giving me an opportunity also to serve Kenyans in 3 committees. I'm happy that initially I was so low, I thought that I should be in labor. Sakaja, no, allow me to go to other committees also, so that I'm able to explore issues on of disability, to see how inclusive these committees can be. And I thank the leadership for giving me an opportunity to serve in the Committee of Tourism, Committee of Education, and also the National Cohesion Committee. And I want to tell Kenyans that I'm ready to serve in whatever capacity, because I'm here to serve Kenyans, and I do not have any other business in this Senate other than ensuring that I'm serving Kenyans in terms of policies, in terms of laws, and also in terms of oversight. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, I now would like to put a question on the motion that pursuant to Standing Orders 28 and 29, the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, 7th July 2020. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the House. The Senate stands adjourned, therefore, until Tuesday, July 7th, 2020 at 2 p.m. 2:30 p.m.